SeattleSports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast, platforms, all of them. Whatever podcast you like. What kind of podcast do you like? Where do you like to go? You like go to Apple? You like go to Spotify? What do you like to do? Whatever it is, you can find us there. And then YouTube's a great way. So is 97.3 HD2 if you're here in Seattle and want some crystal clear, high definition radio. Tough loss. For kind of one of the first tough losses for the Mariners this year. Right? Kind of go through them. Like, how many tough losses have they had? There was the one, like the 12-inning game in San Francisco, right? Kind of back and forth, crazy affair. But for the most part, they've won most of these games, right? They've kind of won all of them. I see a bunch of texts that came in overnight or early this morning. Larry Salk is a smart guy. Thank you, Salk's dad. I live in Virginia, and it saved me. Yeah, you don't want to be up that late if you're living on the East Coast. That would have been a tough one if you'd stayed all the way up to the end of that one, only to be let down. I will say this: I'm not convinced that the Larry Salk rule applies in modern extra innings. I'm not sure it applies in modern extra innings because the crux of the rule is that your closer's supposed to come in and just do his job. But if you have a one-run lead and the other team has a man on second base to start the inning, which is, again, completely absurd. It's not his job to get out of that. That's going above and beyond his job. The expectation is he's going to give up one run to tie it. That's my expectation, is that you're going to give up a run in every extra inning. And if you do better than that, great. And if you do worse, then usually you lose the game. But I don't know. Look, we could talk through the game, and there's a lot to talk about here today, obviously. Bryce Miller looking, I hate to use this word, but it's been kind of true, ordinary. He's just kind of looked ordinary. The word I was using last night as I was watching him, and Cecily was actually asking me what it means, he was laboring. He labored through 4 innings. He just didn't have a way to get himself out of it, unfortunately. You know, last week, if I remember, last week was the week, that was the start where his velocity was off, right? That was last week. Velocity was a little off, but he used his breaking ball to kind of get himself out of trouble last week, and that was how he managed to kind of skate through without giving up runs. That and that he was playing an Angels lineup that probably should be playing in a AAA park instead of the A's. But this week, he had no command of where the curveball was going. And so the fastball velocity was back up, warmer night, 95 miles an hour, great. But he just didn't have the ability to put anybody away because he had no idea where the breaking stuff was going to go. So he looked, I thought, unfortunately, again, ordinary, which is too bad because this was a year where I think we all thought Bryce was going to take that step and go from being their number 4 starter, maybe even into the top 2 or 3. And it just hasn't, unfortunately, just hasn't gone that way yet. I don't know if there's an arm issue. I don't know if there's something going on. We just don't know. It doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. I don't know, Lyle. Do you look at spin rate or any of that stuff to see whether or not any of that has changed?
A little bit. I was looking more at like his pitch values yesterday, and a lot of it's similar. Now it's a small sample size because it's early, but I think the biggest thing that stands out is Bryce Miller was top 10 in the league last year in walks per 9. He didn't walk anybody. Now he's walking everybody.
Yeah, and last night, no walks, but he had no idea where the ball was going. Right. 3-ball count after 3-ball count, and then just, the battle. That A's team is scrappy, man. Mm-hmm. They will battle. They will get after you. They will foul balls off. They don't want to give up. They don't give up at bats ever. Like, kind of a good little team, by the way.
I mean, Jacob Wilson does not strike out ever.
And he's not even supposed to be their starting shortstop, right? Wasn't their original starting shortstop hurt? Didn't they have somebody else at short and who's hurt, and Wilson ended up kind of coming up to take their place? I'm blanking on who it is, but for some reason in my mind, they had somebody else at short.
Are you thinking of Geloff?
Yes.
But I think he usually plays second.
Okay, is that what they do? They move him over? Because Wilson's just good.
And
playing mid last night was awesome.
Yeah, he was drafted 6 overall. I think he was always expected to come into this role at some point. He is wild. Like, he doesn't walk ever, and he doesn't strike out ever. It's kind of a little bit Arise-esque.
Yeah.
But, yeah, what it is for Bryce right now with me is, like you said, doesn't really have command right now, and he just doesn't have an out pitch right now.
Yeah, and that makes him look like some of the guys we've seen in the past, right? Sort of before this group of stud pitchers came through. If you kind of go back over, I don't know, my 15 years here, I was trying to think of some names of guys where you're watching, you're like, yeah, all right, you can hit the strike zone. Like there's some plus like value here, but you're just like the Blake Bevanses of the world where you're just like, yeah, there's just no there, unfortunately. Who was the guy? I don't know, whatever. I don't want to get too deep into it. Unfortunately, he was laboring last night. He just didn't, again, have his stuff. And because of it, you kind of get yourself in a hole. And then you get in a deeper hole because you're using the bullpen. And obviously, Dan wanted to stay away from some guys because even in a close game, he was not interested in using his leverage relievers last night. They'd been off for a couple of nights. They had yesterday off, and they had lost the game before. So he hadn't gone to his leverage group since Saturday, right?
Yeah,
So,
Saturday.
Yeah, so I was a little surprised
It kind of makes sense with Brash, but
Brash I got, no Spire. I mean, I guess you kind of use them in and around, but it's weird after a blowout and a loss in the series before. I'm sure there's a reason for it. That's not necessarily criticism, but clearly the plan yesterday was to stay away from the leverage guys, as you saw, Colin Snyder and Vargas and Thornton, all those guys kind of parading through. And, ultimately, eventually, it leads to a problem in the 11th. I really, really, really hate the way they do extra innings. I happened to enjoy it last night because I really was tired and wanted to go to sleep. And I was like, this game has to end. I don't have like 15 innings in me. I just wanted that game to, at some point, come to an end so that I could go to sleep and come in and feel better this morning than I was feeling yesterday. And I'm not entirely sure that's true, but whatever. I don't just think it's dumb. I was talking to a really nice woman on the plane on the ride home on Sunday who was just going off on how much she hates the runner at second base. I was like, I'm with you. And now my argument is that, the game's already exciting in extra innings. I really don't need artificial excitement. Her argument was that she doesn't like it for the stats and that it messes things up. And yesterday's a pretty good example of that. Andres Munoz gives up his first run of the season. No, he didn't. He didn't give up a run. The man was on second base. He didn't put that guy there. He allowed one hit. Why did he give up a run? What are you talking about? He pitched his way out of trouble. Dumbest thing. I continue to hate it.
Well, it wasn't an earned run. It's not an earned run.
It's not an earned run, but it's a run.
Right.
It's just dumb. He didn't give up a run. The guy was there. It's an inherited runner. Why would he be charged for it? It shouldn't be charged to anybody. I just think it's ridiculous. So that kind of bugged me out. Anyway, then you get to sort of the final part of this, and maybe this is a debate we can have with Brock. I'll ask it as a question. What did you all make of the decision to load the bases in the 11th inning? And I'll ask everybody out there, 866-979-3776. What did you make of the decision to load the bases in the 11th?
I was scratching my head. Yeah. Look, I'm sure there's reasons behind it, and this is what the broadcast was saying. There's always reasons behind these decisions, usually. But J.J. Bleday is a whole lot better against left-handed pitching than right-handed pitching. Or sorry, yeah, Bleday's
which is
worse,
odd. He has reverse splits.
He has reverse splits, so he's worse against righties. You put him on, and then you give way to the guy who just doesn't strike out. He always puts the ball in play. I thought it was a little odd. Now, Dan Wilson, to be fair, said they were trying to get the ground ball, but...
Well, yeah, I got some issues, though. I've been thinking through this, and I'm trying to see both sides of this one. Let me start by saying, in general, I don't like loading the bases. That's my general opinion on the game of baseball. If I can avoid loading the bases, that's my preference. I think it puts a tremendous amount of stress on your pitcher in that moment to have to throw strikes. I don't like that. Frankly, if was it Rooker doesn't swing at two balls in on his hands in the inning before, you walk the bases loaded or you walk the winning run in an inning before that. I don't like forcing my pitcher to have to throw strikes and to have to throw them against a guy like Jacob Wilson too. I don't like that. So that would be one. That's sort of a general opinion of mine. Two, I'm with you. The splits sort of show Bleday probably is a better chance. And the double play. You already have a double play as a man on first. Finally, the last part for me is if you're going to try to set up the ground ball, and I'll play you the Dan Wilson sound and need to know in just a minute. Why don't you have your middle infielders at double play depth? Like, okay, you want to set up a ground ball? Fine. And put your guys at double play depth. And at least the middle infielders. If you want to keep them in on the corners, fine. You're trying to, get an out at home. I get that. But especially in that infield where the ball was bouncing over people's heads all day, I was a little surprised to see the infield in. And I've never liked that. If you remember, I went off on, Chris Woodward, when he was managing the Rangers for that. I've never liked that strategy at all. I think it doesn't make sense. If you're going to try to play for a double play, then try to get a double play. So I didn't understand that. Now, on the other side of this, you'd already put Polanco into the game at second. Maybe you didn't think he could turn a double play, right? A guy hadn't played the field in weeks. Maybe you didn't think he could turn a double play. Well, then you got to have a different question about sort of the way resources were deployed, and you got to get a little deeper earlier into the game. But just an odd. I thought an odd decision. It's not the way I would have done it. I think listening to Aaron Goldsmith yesterday, you could hear he was pretty surprised by the second walk as well. Regardless, that's the way it goes down. Mariners lose, and they get 2 more in Oakland. They've lost the first game of series before. The offense still looked pretty impressive yesterday. They still kept coming at you, and there were still a lot of really good things. But ultimately, kind of a head scratcher there in the 11th. We'll come back. I'll play his explanation for it and a whole lot more next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach.
Head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively. And I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
The Mariners are back in action at T-Mobile Park, and you can be there for big moments all summer long with a Flex membership. Flex plans are perfect for fans who want the freedom to choose their games and seats as they go, while still enjoying all the perks of being a member, like saving 10% or more on tickets with no fees, unlocking access to exclusive pre-sales and year-round discounts, and so much more. Join the squad today at mariners.com/flex.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Bankruptcy, foreclosure, bad divorce? Don't worry. Jet City Harley is now considering all credit applications. Couldn't get financed before? Don't worry. No perfect credit, no cash down, no problem. Get financed on a new Harley today. Visit JetCityHarley.com.
On approved credit.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Progressive understands that bond between you and your boat. But imagine if something happened to it. Without the boat, you're just Tina with too much boat knowledge. Sure, it's helpful on the water, but with no boat, you're someone who talks way too much about knots, and no one cares what a jib is anyway. Boat Tina could get away with it because she has a boat. So make sure your boat is insured. Get Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer, and then go back to being you, Tina, who owns a boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy. You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $2,500 off an energy-efficient Bryan cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, one of the first real frustrating losses of the season for the Mariners. They had their chances, went to the 11th, but ultimately lose to the A's. Problems started early. Bryce Miller just didn't have command. 28 pitches in the first, 94 pitches through the fourth, while giving up 4 runs. Didn't walk anyone, but lots of 3-ball counts, way too many foul balls. Here's Dan Wilson.
Wasn't able to attack like he wanted to in the zone. Fell behind a little bit again. I thought gave us what he had and battled for us. Again, the bullpen came in and really did a nice job. We just weren't able to hold on to it.
Yeah, it's a good point. If you can't get strike one and you can't get ahead in the count, it's difficult to go to your put-away pitches. But even when he got to 2 strikes, he was having trouble missing bats, and unfortunately, just not the Bryce Miller that we'd become accustomed to. I know some people are texting in about his back or arm, whatever, and maybe it's that. I didn't see a lot of stretching and things that normally go with that. So, yeah, still some curiosity. They had some offense, put up 4 in the 3rd, tied the game in the 8th, tied the game in the 10th. Bases loaded. Jacob Wilson, though, walking this one off.
Bottom of the 11th inning, the stretch, and the 0-2 on the way, swinging a line shot up the middle into center field. A base hit. Soderstrom will score. Jacob Wilson with a walk-off single wins it for the Athletics.
Yeah, that was a bummer. Dan Wilson explains why he chose to go after Wilson instead.
Wilson pushed the ball on the ground, and we were hoping we would get it on the ground, but we weren't. He put it on the ground, but able to get it through. That's on me, and that's a tough way to lose.
It was, but we've seen them lose first game of the series before. Doesn't mean they're going to lose the series. They've been very resilient. Emerson Hancock will go tonight against the lefty Jeffrey Springs.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks beginning phase 2 of their offseason program. Lots of players in, working out. We spent a lot of time talking about their many changes to the offense, right? New coordinator and his assistants, new quarterback, new receivers. Like, there's a lot of new on the offensive side. But I don't know that we've spent as much time talking about the defense. And again, this is a team that is supposed to be built with a dominant defense. So how close are they? According to Greg Cosell on Cowherd, pretty close.
And maybe people are sleeping on it, but what they've done defensively this offseason and what they've built defensively, they could be one of the best defensive teams in the NFL this year.
Well, and that's what you're looking for them to be, right? Is for Mike McDonald to kind of take that group and turn them into one of the great units in the league. We had asked Brian Baldinger about that.
I feel like they can, just because I feel like it takes a half a year to really understand what Mike McDonald wants to do. It took him a half a year in Baltimore before they became the best defense in football. His last year there. Same thing at Michigan. It takes a while. It's a lot of concepts, matchup zones, some of the things they do. Other teams do it. I don't know that they do it quite like Mike does. And so, they've got tremendous length right now in the secondary. They've got great speed, athleticism. I think you're going to see there's another step to take. I think the talent level has improved. And then just understanding the concepts of what they do, I think it's going to kick in this year.
Well, that would be great. Again, an elite defensive unit is your, I think, best path towards becoming a much better team, one of the better teams in the league. Meanwhile, Ravens yesterday releasing kicker Justin Tucker while making no mention at all of the league investigation into the 16 female massage therapists, all accusing him of acting improperly. They did just call it a football decision. I'm sure the lawyers were involved. I'm sure they had to do it that way or whatever, but just did not ring appropriately.
You didn't need to thank him at all if that was the case.
Yeah, just say nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
let
kind
it
of
go.
a glowing review.
Yeah, don't think that was necessary even a little bit.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Not the way the Kraken wanted it to go last night. They actually fell 2 spots in the draft lottery. Finished with the 6th worst record, but they will pick 8th for the 2nd straight season. Worst possible result for them. Last year, they also had the 8th pick. They got Berkeley Catton, who's been really good in the minors. And, we'll see. Most rankings I've seen have the Kraken system sort of the top 8-10 in the league, but kind of still waiting for it to produce a real star player. The league did announce yesterday it would scrap the 2026 All-Star Game in favor of another international-style competition after the success of the Four Nations this past year. I don't know if you did get to watch any of the Leafs and Panthers last night. Did you see the forearm from Sam Bennett to the goalie? I mean, the guy's like vomiting on the bench like he'd been like tackled or something. Like, it looks really minor. I don't know. I've watched it like 10, 15 times. I know Bennett's got a reputation, but Solars, I don't know what's going on with that guy. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. He had taken
yeah, that doesn't look
right.
I mean, just from the hits you're used to seeing in hockey, that
It looks
like he tapped him.
pretty minor. And I guess
from the side to the neck.
He had taken a hit earlier, I guess. He had taken a puck off the face earlier, so it knocked his mask off.
Oh, I see that. That looks bad.
Right?
Yeah.
That feels much more like something that would cause you to start vomiting on the bench and, have to leave in a stretcher. The hit from Bennett looked pretty minor. I don't know. I was surprised if that ends up becoming the story there. Anyway, we want to give you guys some Brady Henderson as we're still trying to figure out kind of what this Seahawks team will look like. Their rookies were in, and a lot of good information coming from Brady. You'll hear it next. We'll bounce back to a lot of baseball today. Jeff Passan's going to join us. It's Brock and Salk. Sales Sports on 710 seattlesports.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Nicky Manwari has been compared to Cam Chancellor, but have you heard another one that you think may be a better fit?
He's a mix between Cam Chancellor and a Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton is a bit better when it comes to covering, and Cam Chancellor was just that pit bull roaming the block, ready to fight anybody who goes across the middle of the field. He has a little bit of both in him.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and luxury certainly awaits right now at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Remember, that's where comfort meets elegance, right? In the summer, you can see all those great Cascade views, world-class dining, new restaurants, new entertainment. Oh, did I say entertainment? Yeah, the summer concert series is certainly back. Artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, POD, all this summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Go to snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Pacific Power Batteries understands batteries for golfers, batteries for your car, your golf cart, and your bag's electric cart. We also sell good, used, 5-year-old E-Z-Go and Yamaha golf carts with a written satisfaction guarantee starting as low as $17.99. Located in Everett, Marysville, Mount Vernon, Bellingham, Milroe, and Wenatchee, you'll find our staff is well-trained in batteries and the latest charging technology. Pacific Power Batteries, with batteries for golfers.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and save.
DayandNight.net.
Save up to $6,000 on qualifying cooling equipment, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night.
DayandNight.net.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks rookie minicamp over the weekend. Brady Henderson of ESPN was there. We're going to chat with him about that in just a moment. Brady was nice enough to fill in here, right, on Friday. Brady, how did it go on Friday?
It went great. Yeah, I was with Lefko. I was only there for a couple hours. But, yeah, it's always fun. It's always fun working with Mike.
Well, you were here. I was just going to tell Brock this story, but I thought you might appreciate it. So I went to I was down in Southern California and stayed with a friend of mine and went to his parents' country club to play golf on Friday. Really, really, really nice. One of the nicest clubs I've ever been to. Very serious, Brock.
Really, really, really elite.
Very
women
serious.
have to wear dresses.
Yes.
Men, no open-soled shoes.
Yep.
Very elite.
Yep. No open-toed shoes, no hats inside the clubhouse. Shirts have to be tucked in at all times. The locker room downstairs had like the green tartan plaid rug with a barber and a bar and a TV area all in the locker room. Like, dude, it was out of control. You have to get a caddy. It was awesome. But with all of that being said, I'm there with my friend's parents. And I saw as close to a confrontation as I think I've ever seen on a golf course. We were four of us. There was one young guy playing by himself who had started, 20 minutes behind us, got to a par 3. And me and my friend and his mom were like, hey, why don't we just let him play through? Like, kind of went over and talked to him like, hey, just cruise by. We've already hit. Well, guy's dad did not get the message. And he was furious. He was like, no, you're supposed to go around. The rules say to go around. Generally, people here go around. And he's getting like more and more worked up. And this guy's just like, hey, they said and we're trying to tell him like, hey, we said he could play through. It got very uncomfortable for about 5, almost 10 minutes until finally like the spell was broken and the guy kind of moved off. But it was quite a situation.
So there's no playing through? You have to, like, skip the hole?
I think you can play through. I mean, I don't know where he got this in his mind. I think one other time somebody did do that, but I had never seen anything quite like it.
Were you about ready to throw hands?
No, I was laughing, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like, it's not my parents, and my poor buddy's, like, dealing with all of this. So, yeah, it was...
Well, it's interesting to know that, the same confrontations you might have at, like, Jefferson Park golf course, you could also have at, like, a very expensive club.
Yeah, the other guy handled it pretty well, which was a relief. Any confrontations at rookie minicamp, Brady?
No, other than me and Condota, I threw him an elbow trying to jockey for position
Nice.
In the post-practice press conferences. We got into it, but no, I'm kidding. That didn't happen. No, it was incident-free.
I played in Blue 88, your sound, and we gave you credit, Brady. We don't do that. On this show, we give credit where credit is due, and you taped one Mr. John Benton, the new offensive line coach, going through some individual drills with the linemen and giving some praise to Bryce Cabledew and Gray Zabel, and then eventually he just had enough. Nope, not even close. Nope. You know what? Stop the drill. Was that a first little foray and taste into how maybe the messaging at the offensive line will sound and look a little different?
Yeah, I meant to write a little note there saying, watch this with the sound up so you could actually hear what John Benton is saying. And that was really one of the cool takeaways of the weekend for me is I spent some time Saturday just kind of parked next to the offensive lineman just because I just wanted to get a feel for how he coaches and what he sounds like. And first of all, if you were to ever film a movie about a football team, you would probably, and you needed to cast somebody to play the offensive line coach, you would want to cast John Benton, because, I mean, he just is like exactly what you imagine an offensive line coach to be: big, kind of surly, it's got the deep, gravelly voice. He might as well have had a stogie in his mouth the whole time. And yeah, he's coaching these guys hard. I mean, at one point, like you saw in the video, he was like, "No, stop the drill. This is not good enough." And he's like, "There's no point in practicing this the wrong way." So I think that the bigger kind of takeaway, just as you compare it to last season, was, as he's doing this, Rick Dennison is over his right shoulder. Rick Dennison is the run game specialist. And then off to his right is Justin Outen, the run game coordinator. And then off in the distance, there's Andrew Janocko, who's the quarterback's coach. All of these guys have been with Clint Kubiak. And in some cases, I think Rick Dennison was even with Clint Kubiak's father, Gary Kubiak. And when you compare it last year to Ryan Grubb, from what I understand, one of the criticisms internally of Ryan Grubb was that he was not willing to delegate, that he tried to kind of do everything and micromanage, and he was trying to be the quarterback's coach, trying to be the offensive line coach in addition to the offensive coordinator. Well, when you have guys who have been with the offensive coordinator for as long as some of these other guys have and different stops, that they're not being micromanaged, because if that was the case, they wouldn't stick with Clint Kubiak the way that those guys have. Mm-hmm. So that was just one thing that kind of crystallized with me is, that doesn't mean that that's automatically going to make the offense and the whole operation better. But I think that the dynamic with the coordinator and the guys working under him is going to be quite a bit different this season than it was last year.
How'd Jalen Milroe look?
He looked good. Now, I got to preface this by saying that, they're installing just very base stuff. So it was nothing like the kind of plays that, when he gets on the field that you're going to see them running. So you really didn't get a sense of, just the athleticism and the speed, just because it was a lot of just basic kind of drop back type stuff. But I think the thing that stood out to me, and I talked to Brock about this on Friday, was the delivery. Just seems, from my untrained eye, it seems like an NFL delivery. And for all, the development that he needs to have as a passer, and the accuracy issues that he needs to improve upon, it doesn't look to me like it's a delivery issue. I mean, it looks efficient. He's not, patting the ball like your guy Shador, Mike. It's not like he's not dropping the ball super low. It's just a quick, efficient delivery. So, that was one thing that stood out. And then afterwards, talking to him, I think he just seems like a guy that other players are really going to gravitate towards. He certainly takes the job seriously, and he was talking about, using all the time that he has now that, now that he's not in school anymore. He talked about using that time to really master the playbook. And he talked about how, the meeting time is not enough to learn the offense, that you really have to, study the playbook in your own time. And so he takes the job seriously, but he also doesn't seem like he's someone who takes himself too seriously, because he wasn't afraid to laugh and smile and joke around. So he just seems like a guy that other players are really going to gravitate towards.
He is the hitman. He is ESPN's Brady Henderson, just a joy to have with a wealth of experience. How long has it been? You've been a decade at ESPN now, Brady? Pretty close?
I started in 2017, so around this time 8 years ago.
Yeah, getting pretty close. Okay, so two-part question. Actually one part, but separated two different ways. Your perception heading into rookie minicamp Friday, when you pulled up and you parked and you got out there and you had your whole perception about this draft class, and then you saw the reality of it on the field for 2 days. Where was it an individual as a whole? Where was it the most aligned perception and reality? And where was it maybe the most skewed?
Oh, that's a good one, Brock. You love those.
I get paid to ask
questions.
good questions, Brady. That's what I get paid to do. That's why.
Yeah, that's a really good one. I think where it most aligned was just with Zabel, and looking the part is like the phrase you hear this time of year, because you can't really evaluate a whole lot of football, but you can evaluate what guys look like in pads, and that's certainly true with the offensive linemen. I mean, they are probably the hardest guys to evaluate in this setting, because there's no contact, But it's funny. Like, and this is an answer you'll appreciate as a guy who likes to do the Buff Dude report. If you had no names or no numbers on any of the jerseys, and all the players' faces were covered in dark visors, and you just watch the offensive linemen, you could probably pick out the draft picks pretty easily. Like, oh, that's that's an NFL body. That's the guy who's probably here on the tryout basis. And definitely that was the case with Gray Zabel. I mean, before you even see the number or the name on the back of his jersey, you're like, that looks like a first-round pick. Totally looks like a first-round pick. Just big, proportionate, just powerful-looking upper-lower body. So that was kind of the confirmation part of it for me when watching the offensive lineman. And then the thing that surprised me was, and I don't know if it was a huge surprise because you see the height, weight, the numbers on the the roster and everything, but watching Nick Emmanwori, I mean, he just kind of stands out from a size perspective with the rest of the defensive backs, just because you don't really see guys who are that big. And he wasn't even wearing he was wearing kind of like those loose fitting sleeves, so you didn't really get a sense of just how ripped he was, but just the kind of size and how tall he was, and he just kind of stood out in that respect. And so that was probably it for me. I don't think anything else really surprised me in the sense that it caught me off guard, but seeing Nick Emmanwori out there, you can tell okay, this guy just looks the part of a big, imposing NFL safety who, by the way, can run a 4.38.
Right. And it's funny. I asked Mora about it earlier. Did you see him get some cornerback reps also? Because that seems to be one of the things that they're intrigued by. They keep mentioning it.
Not in terms of outside, but yeah, he was in the slot quite a bit.
Do you think that's what does that look like as you start to project it towards the season? Because obviously that's a big part of what Devin Witherspoon does. How do you kind of get all those guys out on the field? I mean, I'm sure they'll find a way. Good players, you can always find a way to get them out on the field. But what do you see that looking like?
Well, I hope you're sitting down when you hear what I'm about to say, because I think that is a big nickel situation.
Oh my gosh, the big nickel?
Yeah, I don't know if you were just teeing me up there to say big nickel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Brady, that's exciting. I am sitting down, thank God, because that sounds very exciting, the idea of a big nickel.
Yeah, and that's everything that, my impression of what McDonald has said is that it doesn't sound like they're expecting him to come in and take Kobe Bryant's job as the starting safety opposite Julian Love right away. I mean, McDonald has talked about, how he's going to make an impact near the line of scrimmage, and he's talked about training him at the second level, or putting him at the second level while he trains at the third level. So that sounds like he is that third safety, and maybe in some cases the nickel corner, and that's what he does until he's ready to come in and start at safety. I think Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia, was another guy that they really liked. I think he ended up going 28 to Baltimore, and he was kind of the more experienced guy, the guy with probably better instincts, guy who might be more ready to come in and fill a starting role right away. He doesn't have the athleticism that Nick Emmanwori does, and so if they then ended up with Starks, maybe that was the guy that they would have felt comfortable putting in the starting lineup right away. But with Emmanwori, I think he's going to need a little bit more experience. But again, he's a guy who can really play quite a bit, even if it's not in an every down role right away.
Been able to play nickel. He's played special. He's played the big nickel, and I gave that one to him.
Way to go.
I gave that to you.
Thank you. Thank you for
Brady.
following and Pete Shields giving
you
it
and
to
Pete,
me.
so hospitable,
Yeah.
so great. What about Mike McDonald? Can you remember rookie minicamp last year and compare and contrast Mike McDonald then and rookie minicamp number 2?
I do. I mean, vaguely. Yeah, vaguely. Not enough to really give you. I may have to just punt right away. I'm punting on first down here because I don't think I'm going to have a great answer for you here, Brock. I'm not going to fake the funk here. I don't really remember a whole lot about him. I just think in general, I mean, we talked about this a little bit at the league meetings a month or so ago, that he just does feel like he is getting more comfortable in that role, like anybody who is, in their first time doing it. And, it's interesting to see, and I think you probably will see this more on your show too, that there's a lot more of a sense of humor in there than you might realize. And you guys probably know this, having talked to him more than most people, but there's a lot more of a sense of humor in there than you realize. And I think I'm wondering if that'll come out in year 2 as just he gets a little bit more comfortable in the media settings. But no, in terms of the differences between last minicamp and this one, nothing really stands out.
Do any players stand out that you hadn't really thought much about beforehand? Rookie, free agent, rookie, that type, or later round pick? Anybody just wow you?
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know about wowed in that setting, but there was an undrafted rookie tight end named Nick Callerup, who is from, I believe he's from Minnesota. Is that right?
Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota. So he was another guy who got pretty big undrafted free agent deal. So a $25,000 signing bonus, and $234,000 of his base salary was guaranteed. Now, the thing to remember about the base salary guarantees, which is something they started doing last season, now once Joey Lane arrived, is that those have offsets. So if they end up cutting the guy and he ends up signing somewhere else, then they would be off the hook for whatever portion of that $234,000 that he would get from another team. But generally, it is somewhat low risk. But generally speaking, the more guaranteed money you give an undrafted free agent, the more the more chances the team thinks he has of sticking around. And so Nick Callerup, he is a load. Yeah, and he looks like the part of a blocking tight end, and which makes sense when you get the pass catcher and Elijah Arroyo in the second round, and he looked great, by the way. We could talk about him. When you get that guy in the second round, you complement it with a big blocking tight end who can also move pretty well in Nick Callerup. And so he is among a handful of undrafted guys who I think are going to be worth watching over the summer.
Brady, we've been shoulder to shoulder a lot on that practice field. Right, you've gotten to know your boy pretty well over these years in that setting, in the building beforehand. Yep. If we were shoulder to shoulder watching the fullbacks and the running backs, what would I have said to you about one Robbie Untz?
Yeah, you would have. Well, first of all, when Brock and I stand on the practice field together, Brock refuses to grab a roster, so I am Brock's roster boy. So he's saying, "Who is number 40? Who is number 86? Where did number 78 go to college?" No, happy to do it. But yeah, Robbie, you would have.
Doesn't sound that happy to do it.
No, at least I could do it for my guy Brock. But no, speaking of standing out, it is impossible to miss the 275-pound fullback in Robbie Untz, and it only looks like weird until you see him on the field. And I think, he's learning a new position, so it was not totally fluid. I was watching him, and it seemed like he false started a few times, and he had kind of trouble getting lined up, which maybe shouldn't be a surprise when you consider that that's generally what happens at rookie minicamp, and especially when you throw in a position switch in there. But it's going to be fun to watch just from a standpoint of, you're going to look at that and your eyes are going to get wide because you're going to say, I do. It's not. It looks like a small offensive lineman out there playing fullback.
I had mentioned Arroyo earlier, and I haven't really gotten a chance to see him other than watching some of the videos you posted and some of Moore's comments and chatting with you about it. But I just kind of get the sense, I feel like he's a guy I'm either going to end up loving or hating, partly because of where he was taken, but then also throwing in just his kind of unique skill set. How does he fit into what they want to do?
Well, I think that depends on what happens with Noah Fant. And Noah Fant, I think, really becomes a player to watch over or I should say that becomes a situation that bears watching over the next few months because, you just drafted a player in Elijah Arroyo who kind of has a similar skill set to Noah Fant. And I think someone on one of the TV broadcasts of the draft, even they drafted Arroyo, he had the Noah Fant comp. So, we all know kind of the situation with Fant in terms of the contract being what it is and the production not necessarily lining up with the contract. I think it's a $13.4 million cap hit, $9 million that he would be set to make in cash. And, when you draft a player with a pretty similar skill set, that to me says, okay, it makes me wonder what's going to happen with Fant. My guess is they hang on to him for, as long as, for a while, and they wait to see how Arroyo looks over the spring and into the summer, and they gauge his readiness to come in and potentially fill that primary tight end role. And they also see what the rest of the landscape looks like. And if there is, another team that has a need at tight end, maybe a team that has an extra right guard that, that they want to part with, something like that, or maybe another cornerback, I could see a trade happening there. So that is one situation to monitor for sure. But Arroyo, I mean, he is a big, fast guy who wasn't asked to block a whole lot in Miami, but he certainly has the build to do it. He did not run a 40 at either the Combine or the Pro Day because he had a knee injury from the Senior Bowl. So there wasn't an actual 40 time on him. But what's interesting about the GPS times that teams have, the GPS trackers that the players have now, in some ways, and John Schneider was talking about this with Bob and Dave a month or so ago, in some ways that can actually be more telling because that's how fast you're running with, helmet and shoulder pads on. And I'm told that, I don't know the exact GPS time, but I'm told that the GPS time they had on Arroyo would basically translate to a 4.52 or a 4.53 40. So that is, you could play wide receiver running a 4.52 40 when you're a 6'5", 254-pound tight end running a 4.5 40. That is exceptionally fast. I mean, that's almost what Noah Fant ran at the Combine. So, I think they can do a lot with him. And again, if he shows that he could be their starter, I would not be surprised if they look to trade Noah Fant closer to the start of the season.
I think you look at all the personnel. Now they've got their eyes on this grouping. The one thing that stood out was no cornerback was drafted. They obviously got an undrafted kid out of LSU. We'll keep an eye on that. But that would be, to me, the biggest hole, the biggest need, whether depth or what have you, veteran experience. I mentioned the name Shaq Griffin a bunch. He came in for a visit a couple weeks before the draft. I think he's in play. Do you think they make a move at corner before we see them on the field for their first team OTA?
Yes, absolutely do. And I think Shaquille Griffin is the guy that they would prefer to sign, just because of the familiarity. He has bounced around since they lost him in free agency a few years ago. He was with Minnesota last year, played in every game. I think he was in the starting lineup a few times, had a couple interceptions, including one that sealed a win for them over Arizona. So I think Shaquille Griffin is the guy that they would prefer to sign. I don't think they want to spend a whole lot of money on whatever cornerback they sign just because, I think they would prefer to have Josh Jobe fill that number 3 role, but you certainly need someone to, at the very least, come in and be a veteran guy who could step in the event of an injury. So I think Griffin is the guy they want to sign. Rasul Douglas is another guy to keep an eye on. Another, veteran guy who started a bunch of games in the NFL, same draft class, same round of the draft as Shaquille Griffin. He's a 3rd-round pick in 2017. He's a bigger guy who's got, I think, 19 interceptions over his career and a bunch of passes defense. So maybe not as fast as Shaquille Griffin, but some good ball skills that have yielded some pretty good production over the years. So those would be the 2 guys to keep in mind. But again, I think Griffin, because of the familiarity, would be the preference.
The only other position you might want to put on there, I guess, would be linebacker, off-ball linebacker. Is there any thought of what that will look like after the starters?
Yeah, that is another spot that they are not all that deep at. And that was one reason why they were looking at Jamie Sheriff at inside linebacker during the rookie minicamp. He obviously is not a rookie, but I think because he has played so little, he was one of 2 veteran players who were eligible to take part in the rookie minicamp, and he was working at off-ball linebacker after playing outside linebacker last season. So, and I think that's purely just a numbers game. Like, you're pretty deep in terms of edge guys, but pretty thin in terms of inside linebacker. So, yeah, that is definitely going to be a position that I think they're going to be looking to add to. But, you've seen them fill that position late in the year. Remember, they traded for the guy from Carolina last year. So could be a waiver claim, could be a post-June 1 guy who gets cut. And remember, they set aside a whole lot of money to sign Will Fries, which they never did. And they saved a whole lot of money by trading away DK Metcalf. So they've got $30-something million to spend, which is a lot more money than they've had at this point of the offseason in as long as I can remember. And so certainly some of that's going to have to go to, Charles Cross, whichever other of those 2022 draft picks that they want to extend. But if the right guy is there, whether it's a cornerback or an inside linebacker depth or a right guard, I mean, they should have some money to spend later in the offseason.
All right, good stuff from Brady Henderson. Of course, you can read him at ESPN.com. We'll have a little more draft stuff later. We're going to talk to Jordan Palmer at 8 o'clock. He's working, of course, with Jalen Milroe as quarterback's coach, and so I want to hear a little bit more about his client. We'll do that at 8, but today's really a baseball day. Jeff Passan at 8:30, and the Mariners lose a hard one yesterday. What happened in the 11th? We get some questions next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
super blessed, super grateful. But yeah, I feel like I should have gone a little sooner. But I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, like I kind of had like an NFL, it's personal list. So like, that's a funny thing I for myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Goodbye, winter mud. Hello, Dream Yard. Spring is here. Synthetic Turf Northwest has you covered. No more soggy lawns or weekend yard work. Just green, clean, and ready for backyard barbecues, wiffle ball, or kicking back. Synthetic Turf Northwest, the area leader in synthetic grass, residential and commercial installs, plus turf supplies out of our Woodinville warehouse, and soon in Fife, right off I-5. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com today.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
Evan Cohen here. When you're on a business trip, you know what goes completely off the rails? Your workout routine, especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. Then you have to squeeze in between the desk and your bed, eke out 2 push-ups, and call it a day. If you just stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover their fully equipped fitness center at every location. Now you can wake up and do some weightlifting to prepare you to carry your team on your back all day. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock is going to be here in just a minute. I apologize for my partner. He had a little emergency issue that he's dealing with. He'll be here in just a minute, I promise. We'll get Brock with us, and then he'll be here for the rest of the day. Yes, Jordan Palmer at 8 o'clock. That's Carson's brother. Big-time quarterbacks coach, kind of like the big guru right now, and he's been working with Jalen Milroe, so excited to chat with him, and then obviously Jeff Passan. It's Tuesday, so 8:30 with our guy Jeff. And yeah, I mean, I can ask him about what happened last night. I'll ask you guys, 866-979-3776, if you want to text in about it. What did you make of the way the Mariners handled last night? Because there were some decisions to make. Right? I mean, and that's part of the fun for me of baseball. It's not necessarily to criticize the decisions, saying that the guy making them doesn't know what he's doing, because I really do believe that in general, managers know a lot more than we do. They're thinking about more things. They have access to more information, but there were still some decisions that I mean, specifically in the 11th, that they didn't make as much sense to me. And I think listening to Aaron on the broadcast yesterday, he seemed to be scratching his head a little bit also. So why load the bases? You end up, let's go through, Lyle, take me through the 11th inning, right? You start off with a man on second base, right? You're tied up. You start with a man on second base, and they bunt him over, right? So now you have a man on third, one out, and you've got J.J. Bleday up, right? Righty on lefty, Legumine is pitching, Bleday is a lefty, but he has reverse splits, right? He's actually been better against lefties than righties. So he got an opportunity to maybe go after him. You decide, well, first you walk the guy before him, right? I take it back. First you walk the guy before him to set up first and third.
Yeah, so Urshela put down the sack bunt, then they walk Langoliers intentionally,
Right.
and then they walk Bleday intentionally.
Okay, so I think everyone understands why you're going to walk Langoliers, right? He has already hit a home run in the game. You want to set up a double play, fine. But then you also walk Bleday, and I guess I was surprised. Like, for me, once I've got my man on first, I want to go after the double play ball and see if you can get him out that way. I'm going to assume that part of the reason they didn't do that is because Jorge Polanco's at second, and maybe he can't turn a double play. I don't know. I'm guessing maybe that has something to do with it. But instead, you end up walking him. You end up setting things up for Jacob Wilson, who's been one of the best hitters on the team, one of the best contact guys in the league, and you still don't have your guys at double play depth. So I did not understand it. I didn't. Here is what Dan Wilson said afterwards.
I mean, Wilson pushed the ball on the ground, and we're hoping we get it on the ground, but we weren't. I mean, he put it on the ground, but able to get it through. And that's on me, and that's a tough way to lose.
And there was a follow-up of, hey, was there any thought to putting the guys at double play depth? And he essentially non-answered it, just said, well, the ball went through. Good morning, Brock.
Good morning, Michael.
What did you make of all that?
Yeah, disappointing. Yeah, kind of a bummer. I think still a little bit of a feeling out process, as we were talking about the Mariners yesterday and how they've done all of this. I think some of it is the game has slowed down a little bit for Dan and his staff. Right. Remember, this is the first time these guys, as an entire staff, Manny next to him, and all of them have gone through a lot of these decisions. So, yeah, that way. I mean, right there, it's on me. It's on me. You bring the infield in, you put guys on, right, to try to get that ground ball to turn a double play. You got to have them at double play depth. And, you bring
I don't know
in.
if you could. I honestly don't know whether, and I'm not saying he can't. I honestly don't know if right now Jorge Polanco can turn a double play.
Right.
I'm so in the dark as to what his health is. The only thing I know he can do is hit left-handed. I don't know that he can do anything else, right? I mean, like everything else is sort of a confusion with him. Maybe he can't do that. Well, what else could you have done? I mean, I guess you could have put him at first. You could have put Solano at third. You could have moved Williams into, you could have really moved everybody all around, but I don't know if that gives you a much better chance. I mean, however you do it, I mean, I guess you could make the argument that in that moment, all right, what if you had to make this argument? Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think through it. What else could you do? Could you say in that moment the double play is the goal? So you're going to bring Mastroboni back in from the outfield to play second base and then move and shuffle people around. I mean, I guess you could do all that. It feels like maybe overkill.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Watching it, I know I get it. Somebody texting in, Blade hits the ball, a lot of fly balls. So does Langoliers. Fine. I just don't like walking the bases loaded. I just don't.
You don't?
I just don't. I never do.
Yeah. It's a lot of things that I don't like. You know what I really don't like? I don't like that young A's lineup. Once again, talking about all these teams that we have seen, that's what I'm saying. I don't like them. I don't like that Jack Wilson's going to haunt us with his son at shortstop. As that guy's hitting 350 and literally every single at bat, no matter where the ball is just going to waste your pitcher and pitches and pitches and pitches. And Soderstrom is I don't like that team. We went through all the American League teams, and they're not perfect, and they don't play great defense, and they don't have great pitching depth, and yada, yada, yada. But that young lineup and those young pieces, they're going to be around for a little bit, and they're kind of a problem.
Yeah, they're going to be a good little team.
Yeah, they are.
If they get a little bit more pitching, they're a pretty dangerous
team. And then
team.
you dig into their bios, and I said this in the season opener against those guys when he split, top 10 pick, first round pick.
That's what happens when you're really bad for a long time.
That's right.
You get a lot of really good picks. And, then they went out and spent just a little bit of money on Severino. I don't know whether he's a great pitcher, but he seems miserable to hit against. That ball was moving all over the place. He's throwing 97. It's up in your hands. It's at you. Yeah. He seems like a very uncomfortable at bat. And then, unfortunately, on the other side, the other question to ask is what's going on with Bryce Miller, who just kind of looked like he was laboring all day yesterday. He looked ordinary. I didn't see any sign of trying to stretch out his back or his arm or anything like that.
He was in the dugout with the med balls in that extended inning, and he was trying to stay warm.
During the long inning.
Yeah, during that longer inning. And it wasn't just a one-time shot. They showed him a few, as they pay into the dugout a few times.
So maybe it's that. That would be, that would almost be better, right? You almost hope it's something like that because he just has looked, unfortunately, like just kind of ordinary. Like he just doesn't have an out pitch.
Yeah. Is it, is there kind of a line that you walk a little bit, Salk? And I know this is kind of a football analogy, so I apologize to the baseball people, but a football analogy is sometimes when you're struggling, not sometimes, almost every single time when an offense is struggling, the coach on a Monday comes in and says, let's pare it down. Let's get back to what we do. Let's get back to the basics. Let's get back to the things that we're super confident in, that we believe in, that we can run in our sleep because we have put on all this other stuff. And I just do kind of wonder when you got 4, 5, 6 pitches and you're kind of fiddling, you got all these different pitch shapes and all these things you get to, that if you get away from, what is your bread and butter, what you do hang your hat on in that fastball command. And even that, kind of left him yesterday with the home run he gave up after the 4-2 lead.
Yeah, the fastball was actually probably, he had trouble putting it in the zone, and then he just had no command at all of the curveball and breaking stuff. So I don't know where all that's going to go. We'll play you the sound of him coming up in a few minutes here in Need to Know, and you can hear Bryce talk for himself about what's going on. But that is, another kind of thing on the watch list of that's now 3, 4, 5 starts where Bryce Miller just has not looked like himself. You could get away with it with the Angels, not with this A's team. They're pretty good, and they got a pretty good little lineup. Yeah, they really do. And I don't know. I think the loading the bases thing is fascinating. I got people texting in, and I get it. There's another side to the issue, another side to it than mine, which is You know, you load the bases, you set up a play at any base, you can then throw home and get the force there. I understand that.
Yep.
I think that I would still, especially in that that was a super fast infield.
Mooney had the bases loaded, no outs. What happened?
He had the base loaded,
Strikeouts.
1 out,
Strikeout,
2
strikeout,
outs.
strikeout.
No, you're right, 3 out. Nobody out.
Nobody out. So he loaded the bases.
Well, it did help that Rooker swung at 2 ball 4s.
Sure, but
that helped.
Strikeout.
And it helped that they called the strikeout on the next one on a pitch that was like 6 inches outside. Like, those things helped.
Sure.
But no, you're right. It worked for Munoz. I'm not saying it can't work. I feel much better not having to bring my infield in and allow them, especially on that turf. Like, I mean, the ball was bouncing.
Jeez.
I know it's natural grass, but the ball was bouncing over everybody's head. Yes. I would rather have my infield back. I'd rather play for, I think it's easier to turn a double play than it is to get that out at home sometimes. You're asking your catcher. I'm just telling you where I stand. And I think you're forcing your pitcher to be so fine because if they walk somebody, the game's over. So I generally would not want to do that. But it obviously didn't work for them last night. The best news, though, is that this has happened to them before. They lose the first game of the series. They jump right back out there. And I thought their offense was still really good yesterday. It continued to come at you even as you got down, even though your pitching wasn't at its best, even though you weren't going with any of your leverage relievers last night, except when you had a chance to win. With Munoz, there was just a real sense that offense was going to keep doing its thing and find a way. So, all right, let's come right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. I'll play you the Bryce Miller sound, and you can hear for yourself what Bryce thinks is going on. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively. And I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, guys, Riverside Roofing has a good deal. They're offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. So that's a pretty big incentive for any homeowner out there to book their roof replacement right now. And it's a really great time to do it. Days are longer, right? Sunsets after 8 o'clock. Crews can get your roof done real quick. So take advantage. Do it now before demand spikes in the summer. And then it just takes longer, right? So here's what you got to do. To claim $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing, just book an estimate. It's free. Go to their website, riversideroofingllc.com. And then you'll meet with Brandon. He's Don's son. And tell him you heard the message here. Tell him you listened to it on the radio. Tell him about Brock and Salk. You'll get $1,000 back in your pocket, and you will get a brand new roof over your head. While you're there, you can ask him about the 35 years of local experience, about being GAF Master Elite certified, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers in the nation, and then ask about the catch-all system to keep your yard and driveway free of debris. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here is I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other,
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, kind of one of the first real frustrating losses of what has been so far a really great season for the Mariners. They did have a couple chances. They go to the 11th before ultimately losing to the A's. The problems, though, started early. Bryce Miller just didn't have command. 28 pitches in the first, 94 pitches through just 4 innings while giving up 4 runs. He just doesn't feel right.
Like I said last week, frustrating start to the season. Today was the first day I didn't have any walks, which is surprising given how the game went. But it took me 2 innings to get feel of the off speed. I think the fastball was fine, throughout the game, but first 2 innings I had no feel of the off speed, and just took too long to adjust. I mean, the third and the fourth inning, I think overall the pitches were better, but still, once again, had a lot of long at bats and threw too many pitches, didn't get deep enough into the game.
So, I really hope there's nothing wrong with Bryce.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I had a little concern.
The side of if there is something wrong with him, at least it explains it.
Exactly. And the velo's there, right? I mean, he was sitting 95 most of the night, 96, and didn't look like it was a velo issue like it was with Logan, right? When he was sitting there in the low 90s and just couldn't get loose with that elbow and that forearm and everything else. But this is almost inexplicable because it's usually the other way. It's usually when you're young, you can't find the command, right? Randy Johnson, when he was traded here, the Wild Broncos, it's going to take a little while to straighten that thing out. For Bryce, he was so nails in year number 1, and second half of last year was just off the charts with command. And yeah, this has not been a 1, 2, 3. It's been nearly every outing this year. He has just not had the command that he had a season ago.
Yeah, we went through everything that went down in the 11th, but one guy I just wanted to highlight for a moment is Cal Raleigh. What a game for Cal.
Freaking warrior.
He really is. He made 2 or 3 tremendous blocks and saves that saved the game, quite literally in extra innings. And his decision to go for it on a really shallow fly ball that, gave them the go-ahead run in the 10th, unbelievable.
Here's the 2-2. Swung on, popped up left field. Is it deep enough? Soderstrom back, mid-left field. Makes the catch. Here comes Cal. He's going to tag. The throw home is wide. Cal slides. He is safe, and the Mariners take the lead. 6-5 in the 10th inning. Miles Mastrobuoni. They'll throw to third base to appeal to see if Cal left early. He did not. Count the run, and the Mariners have the lead.
That was bizarre. I mean,
didn't you think they were going to win right there? I know it was late. It was a late start and everything. Didn't you think at that moment they're going to win?
Not really.
Oh, really? I did.
I think you got to score more than 1 to win.
I understand that, especially with this lineup that puts the ball in play for Oakland.
I think you got to score more than 1.
But the way that these first 30-something games went, just kind of felt like, yep, there it is again.
I don't know.
Scratch and claw, you're down, you come back, yeah.
In that ballpark, I said to Heather, I think when it was 4-4 or 5-4, she's like, oh, here we go. I was like, this game's going to end 8-6. And it turned out 7-6. You're playing in a minor league ballpark, and the A's put the ball in play a lot. You kind of put all that together. Emerson Hancock tonight against the lefty Jeffrey Springs.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Phase 2 of the Seahawks program now. Brock, lots of players in, working out. We spent a lot of time talking about the offense, right? Because there's just been so many changes. Coordinators, assistants, quarterbacks, receivers, offensive line.
Control-Alt-Delete.
Again, yeah. But the defense is really your best bet to be great. Greg Cosell on with Colin Cowherd.
And maybe people are sleeping on it, but what they've done defensively this offseason and what they've built defensively, they could be one of the best defensive teams in the NFL this year.
Could they be?
Yeah, they could. And, it's interesting because not a lot of new faces other than DeMarcus Lawrence, right? Signing back Jaron Reed, signing back Ernest Jones, obviously drafted an Eman Worry that's going to be, I was kind of reading through some stuff yesterday again, Salky, just kind of reading the tea leaves, looking at things. This is not going to be an instantaneous plug and play, right? This is not a quarters defense. This is not simple. We saw even last year with veteran guys, right, with the Dotson and others that had played some football that, hey, man, this is not the simplest of schemes to learn. There is a lot of nuance. There's a lot of communication, a lot of trust. So I'm not ready to just plug and play that athlete, though his athleticism plays immediately. But, yeah, man, you would think second half of last season they showed when they put those pieces of the puzzle together, it's pretty darn good. And add a monster on the edge to stop the run a little bit better. And I'm not sleeping on those guys at all.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kind of a bummer for the Kraken last night. They actually fell 2 spots in the draft lottery, went from 6th to 8th, which is where they will pick for the second straight year. That was the worst they could pick, so kind of the worst possible result. Last year with the 8th pick, they took Berkeley Catton. He's been really good at the minors. We'll see what he turns into, but yeah, there you go.
You watching any NBA at all? Flipping around to adults. Anybody? I know you got Jaws out. You got John Morant's out. No.
Not. I heard that the Celtics missed 45 threes.
40, clanked 40-something.
That sounds really fun to watch. That sounds like a blast. I would have really enjoyed watching a team miss 45 three-point shots in a game. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here
and
on the Rock and Salt
You were
Show.
still traveling home, getting back to hell. You feel better today, by the way? You back to 100%?
I actually don't.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think by day 3, it's no longer on the drug. Like, I think I'm just maybe I'm sick, right? Like on a third day, yeah, I would say that's probably just not feeling.
It's hard to fly with the Eagles when you hoot with the Owls.
I don't think
a bunch of nerds for 3 days.
I don't think that's the case. I don't know.
Percent of nerd level at your deal. Like if me and maybe not Lyle. Like if me and Wyman, went down and we were just to evaluate like the good old movie Revenge of the Nerds. Nerds.
Well, do you consider me a nerd?
No, not at all. Absolutely not. No, and looking at your yearbook picture of your freshman year, no.
Salty. I think I'm probably somewhere in the middle. Like half the people were nerdier, half the people were similar to me.
Okay. All right.
Does that sound right?
I have no idea.
I think so.
I've never graced. It's not a university. I've never graced that wonderful college. So I don't know. I'm just curious.
I think that sounds right.
About 50-50 nerds?
Feels right. Yeah, like 50-50 nerds.
Okay.
But again, like a sort of a self-selecting group that chooses to show up to a reunion, right? Like, people who are unhappy or antisocial or whatever generally aren't going to come.
Right.
So the group that showed up is sort of the creme de la creme, right? That's everybody who's either doing well or feels like they look good enough, they're not miserable, and they actually like being around other people and having conversations rather than shutting themselves in their home. So, all right, coming up next, you want to go into this? All right, so I got some. You want names, Brock? I started thinking about names yesterday. You want some names?
Already names?
Names. I started thinking about names, and I'll give you some next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
Super blessed, super grateful, but I feel like I should have gone a little sooner, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, like I kind of had like an NFL, it's personal list, so like it's a funny thing I for myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Heward here. And I've had my share of some sports injuries over the years. And I'll tell you what, as you near 50 and I get to see some of my old peers that used to play, you see a lot of former players with a lot of pain and a lot of injuries. But you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Many of you woke up this morning with painful joints from arthritis, and it affects you. It affects your quality of life and just getting around. Well, if you're in that spot, would you consider my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine right over there in Kirkland? He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic pain caused by arthritis and other issues. So don't let pain stop you from enjoying your life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor as well in this state with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Yet many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train in the last decade or so. This has been Dr. Dan Nelson's passion for over 30 years, and you feel it the minute you walk through his doors. Give him a call this morning. If you're living in pain, it's affecting your quality of life, 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Headed to the ballpark? Skip the traffic jams, parking fees, and the stress of driving. Make riding transit part of your game day ritual. Roll in with your crew, talk stats, and meet fans. No traffic, no stress. Community Transit riders enjoy seamless connections to light rail and ferries to get to Seattle and beyond. And youth 18 and under ride the bus for free. All in for the win. Plan your trip with Community Transit at ctgo.org/homerun.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's! They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Rizk. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Dave Wyman joined by the mayor of the city of Lacey, Andy Ryder. Andy recently underwent successful treatment for prostate cancer. His treatment method? Swedish CyberKnife. Andy, what would you say to anyone considering prostate cancer treatment?
I'm feeling very confident about my treatment with CyberKnife. I absolutely recommend it for anyone who has been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Reach out to Swedish CyberKnife directly at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, we'll do names here in a moment. I'm got a lot of texts about the 11th inning yesterday. On all sides of it, which is what I love. That's what I think is so interesting about baseball, is like there's no right or wrong answer necessarily. What happened is what happened, right? I mean, it's really about the process. And when I say that, for me, I don't like walking the bases loaded. That's not necessarily a criticism of Dan and what he did last night.
That can't be like all the time either, right? I mean,
no, if there's men on second and third, sometimes you have to, right? To set up a force and all that. Like, there are moments when you do.
Depends on who you got on the mound. It depends on how he's going. Depends
of course.
On how he's feeling. Like all of a ton of these factors that we don't always know behind the scenes as intimately as those guys
Absolutely.
do. And if you,
I put a lot of value on forcing your pitcher to throw strikes there, which I think hurts. I think it makes it hard. But, 509. Why not bring in Mastroboni as the fifth infielder? Scott used that approach a couple times. I'm surprised it isn't being discussed. I mean, you could have. I think that's, you could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a fly ball, if it's not hanging up long enough, then maybe it's a hit. It's going to score the run anyway. So, yeah, you could. You could have done that. Then at least maybe you could turn a double play. I don't know that I would criticize for not doing that, though. That's a pretty extreme example. 425, walk the bases loaded, set up the force at home. All other runners except the one on third are irrelevant unless there's an obvious matchup to go after to walk the bases loaded. Yeah, the problem is, I think, for me, once you've set up the double play ball, I think it's easier to get a double play ball than it is to get a ground ball with the infield drawn in that doesn't get through. Once the infield's drawn in, you're putting yourself in a really tough spot.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that's just a couple. They got about 1,000 other texts on this.
It's awesome.
But yeah, it's cool.
It's the beauty of baseball, man. It is the beauty of why it's a great game to watch and follow and talk about, and right, because this isn't, always so black and white and so definitive.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I missed 45 threes. Yep, I went 0 for 5. Yep, I threw 3 interceptions. Yep, like this one's got a little more nuance to the game in all of these different situations.
So
can I say this too before you get to names?
Yeah.
I think one of the other reasons that this really stands out with Bryce, I was just trying to think about this while I was doing my push-ups during the break. Have we seen this over the last 3-4 years? I'm really trying to further that narrative of the nerds versus ogre.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I know you did. Yeah,
it's nice.
I'm trying to make you feel
well,
good
I was
too.
working on my calculator.
Sine, cosine, cosine, sine, sine. If we see the reason this also, I think, stands out a little bit is because have we seen this?
A guy who just doesn't have the ability to.
From Kirby, from Logan Gilbert, from Bryce, and from Wu. Have we seen this from any of those 4 guys over the last really 3 years as they've kind of come up and gotten going?
I mean, laboring?
Where it's been not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. We saw it with Wu, right? He had the elbow, but even then, as the elbow was tender or whatever, you didn't see 2, 3, 4, 5 starts where there was just not command. Have we seen that in the last 3 years?
It's a good question. I want to. I don't have like a specific memory of that.
I know George had a couple where he got banged around a little. He got hit. But it wasn't like he couldn't locate.
Not last September, but the September before, when they like in 2023. They kind of remember all the starters kind of struggled down the stretch.
Yeah.
Right. That was maybe a time where the pitching wasn't quite there.
Being out of gas. It's the end of the year, but it wasn't one guy with 3, 4, 5 in a row.
Yeah. After Miller's hot start, his rookie year when he first got called up, he kind of took a step back a little bit after that. But
he did. But remember why? He had 2 pitches.
I know.
He had 2 pitches. He couldn't get lefties out. He had nothing to go to there.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm kind of reaching. I don't have a good answer for you, and this is obviously not just frustrating, but a little scary.
Yeah.
With I can play a little bit more sound. Here's more from Bryce on how he just doesn't feel right.
It's tough because this game is extremely mental, and it's like even before today, 2 of my last 3 starts, I didn't give up any runs, but I still haven't felt like myself, and I think there's also you have to have the battle within yourself to not press too hard. And just to trust your stuff, and I think as the game went on, I did that. But it's a tough game, and at the end of the day, I gotta just go out and execute and trust that I prepared, and it's can't get too mental. It's difficult to do, but at the end of the day, you just gotta go execute and not think too much.
What's interesting, Salky? I think perception. That perception would be of the 5 starters. Bryce would be the shucks, ticks are cannon. Got my dip, got my truck, got my Allen Jackson. Just like let it rip, grip it and rip it. I think that would be the perception. I think that's a window into, and we've felt this and seen this last couple of years in talking to him. That's a really cool, vulnerable window into. No, that dude's mind he might be an overthinker and an over-tinkerer. And whereas you'd probably expect the New Yorker, maybe the Bay Area guy, who knows, right? To be the one that starts to get in his head a little bit and starts to think like, why am I not right? Why isn't, it's funny. I don't think you would think of Bryce that way, but I think that's a pretty cool little window in that doesn't surprise me that he speaks to. Maybe some of this is the mental hurdles he's also having to overcome.
All right. What did you make of the umpiring last night?
The what?
The umpiring.
Is that what you call it?
Were you upset?
An atrocity, yeah.
Okay, so
I never waver from trashing on
I know you do. I happened to just see the umpire scorecard from yesterday for Nestor. Is it Ceja? C-E-J-A. I'm guessing that's Ceja. Okay. Here's what I got for you. Overall accuracy, 92%. The average is 93%.
Okay, right there.
Overall consistency, 92%. The average is 94%.
All right. He's A-.
Relative accuracy was about 1% below expected.
Mm-hmm.
Who did he help the most in the game? the Mariners. 0.76 runs in the game for the Mariners. So he was, I thought, all over the map too. That was a little surprising to me to see a couple of those numbers pop up. All right, so the Mariners, Brock, I was looking at some power rankings, 6, 7, kind of in that range. Crazy considering we were talking about the Seahawks yesterday being in the like 16 to 18 range. But Bradford Doolittle, ESPN did one, kind of started going through what, if you run the projections, I'm not going to get into their playoff odds because, it's May 6th. That's absurd. But he did write about them. So, okay, what must change? And he wrote, generally speaking, the more specific issue we chose to worry about, the better off the team. And Seattle's obviously number 6. So their primary concern for the past couple of years has been more of a wide lens than specific offense. For now, that problem's apparently been largely solved. The Mariners' offense has been one of the hottest in baseball, and over the past couple of weeks, with its hitters even managing to mash at T-Mobile. So rather than worrying about the offense writ large, we can point out that at first base, the Rowdy Tellez-Donovan Solano combo is mostly responsible for Seattle's .518 OPS, 29th in Major League Baseball at the position. This projected to be a major hole before the season, so the chances of self-correction are limited. Now the stakes are higher to shore up the weak spots, and since the Mariners have emerged as the early front-runner to win the AL West. So I started thinking yesterday, all right, what if you do want to do something at first base? I'm intrigued by that idea of having a conversation. The Tellez-Solano combo has not been good. It's kind of probably what you thought it might be, right? Maybe you would have thought Solano would be a little bit better than he's been so far, but that was never a very high upside move. Tellez kind of strikes me as an eclipse. Does that make sense? Like he disappears for a long time and then he shows up in a big way and you're like, whoa! And then you don't see him again for like a week or two. Maybe a Mike Ford kind of a guy where he gets hot and he's nasty and then he kind of disappears again for a while. The good news, they don't really have any commitment to those guys beyond this season, right? And they've got a bunch of strong prospects if they want to make a deal. Tellez making $1.5 million, Solano $3.5. So together they make $5 million, which isn't nothing, but neither salary should have much of an effect on any decision. So it's May 6th today. I'm giving them another week, maybe another week or so. Because, look, we know patience is important. We know guys get hot. We know they get cold. We've seen this year, right? I mean, the Polanco, the Crawford, like there's a lot of examples of why patience is important in baseball for the Mariners. But Solano's also 37 years old. I mean, we're not talking about a guy who's 29. He's 37. Like, he might be done. He might be cooked. That wouldn't be that surprising at the age of 37 when most guys are out of the league. So how much time do you really want to invest for how much upside? And Rowdy's on his 4th or 5th team. Like at some point, there's only so much upside there, right? So here's what I'm kind of looking at. Right now, your offense has been so good, Brock, that you probably can be more patient than you would ordinarily. You don't need to make a change right away because you're scoring even without getting much from first base. So I'm going to give them more time. They'll probably survive Dylan Moore returning because of either Ryland Thomas or Samad Taylor, who you have to send down. But at some point, don't you start to have a conversation about Locklear? I know you've wanted to. He's right-handed, so maybe you got to wait for Polanco to be a little healthier and be able to hit against lefties before that happens. But I think you're getting pretty close to maybe making a Locklear for Solano move, especially if Polanco can play the field and you get Dylan Moore back. Like, you kind of need to have all of your ducks in a row to do it because you need some of Polanco's or some of Solano's just flexibility.
Yep.
But I'm ready to, because I want to give Locklear enough time before you get to July that I see what I've got there.
That's right.
And I think that there's a conversation, like, is Ben Williamson going to be able to stick? It was nice to see him get a couple hits yesterday. And if it doesn't happen, then you can start talking about what's out there. So you want names? I got 3 or 4 names for you.
Yeah, and just for some context, Locklear's hitting pretty good. I mean, he's 822 OPS. I think as you watched that game last night in a minor league park, you're reminded not only is it the pitching, it's a major transition from AAA to the big leagues. Yeah, those parks give you some nice little bounces, and they're a little chintzier and a little easier to hit in. But, yeah, he is he's done a nice job hitting nearly 300, 822 OPS, not hitting for a tremendous amount of power through 116 at-bats, just 2 home runs. But to be fair to him, to your point, you'd sure like it to not be a 5-game, 10-game.
Right, like if he's going to come up, let's give him a month or two and kind of see what that looks like. And if not, then you start looking at what's going to be available. So I just looked at teams that are likely, near the bottom of the standings because everyone's still kind of in it for the most part, and looking at first base possibilities if that's the direction you want to go. I know Lyle's mentioned Nathaniel Lowe a couple of times, right? You like Lowe. He was in Texas. Now he's in Washington. He's a great candidate. One more year of control after this one. He's left-handed, so that's probably more of a Tellez replacement than Solano. And he's making a little bit of money, $10 million or so. But he didn't go for much last year. And if you want to try to swing a deal with a 1 year fewer of control, you probably don't have to give up the world in order to bring back Nathaniel Lowe.
You shouldn't. Also, he'd probably be your everyday guy if I had to guess.
Yep.
I know he'd be the Tellez replacement if you're trying to do like a roster crunch thing, but I'm going to guess he'd play almost every day.
That sounds right. And he's not a huge power threat, but he hits the ball well. He makes good contact. He fits this roster pretty well.
Good first baseman, too.
Yeah, I think he is. Oddly, the Orioles are so bad that they're now a possibility, which is so bizarre. I
blame Katie Griggs. I think it's her fault.
Blame whoever you want.
She leaves here, and guess what? She brings the Mariners' offense to Baltimore, and we get Baltimore's offense.
Wouldn't you want Ryan Mountcastle? He is having an awful year. Awful. He's been terrible. But he's 28 years old. You get him for cheap. He's only making $7 million plus one more year next year, where he'll probably make 10 or 11 or less if he's not doing much. So Mountcastle's at least intriguing to me, but man, he's having a rough year. If you prefer Ryan O'Hearn, who can play sort of first base, right field, DH type. He's a little older, 31, last year of his deal, so that's a straight rental, but he's actually having a good year, and he's also left-handed. So those are sort of the three first base names that jumped out to me looking around. There aren't a tremendous number of options, which is why I think you got to at least try Tyler Locklear at some point here and see what's going on.
Yeah, I would think that the old Solano Tellez is going to be, I don't know if you can get all the way to Memorial Day. I appreciate that from Jeff Passan, right? He doesn't look at anything until Memorial Day to try to get that sample size. But I would think for Locklear's sake, just as you've seen with Williamson and Mastrobo and some of these younger guys, that you kind of want to see what you got a little bit. I would think you've got to be fair to him in the process, you got to give him more than 10, 15 games. Yeah,
I would say the name that intrigues me a little bit there probably the most is, other than Lowe, it's probably Mountcastle just because he's right-handed. And at some point you do get Luke Raley back, and that, he can be a left-handed, part of first base and right field, et cetera. So, Lowe makes some sense. Mountcastle makes some sense. O'Hearn is a possibility, but just a few names we can run by Jeff Passan at 8:30. Right now, little Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, the Seahawks made, 7 picks on day 3, right? The 4th through 7th rounds?
Correct.
If you had to bet on starters, who would you bet on becoming a starter?
Yeah, can you play this Howie Roseman sound? This is pretty good. The esteemed Howie Roseman. Put a statue out, crown him. He's the man.
Kind of is.
He's gotten it done in Philly with some team building. This was Howie Roseman in their war room to the entirety of the war room, reminding them, day 3, we're not after volume backups. We're after starters.
We are not trying to draft backups. We would rather take 6 guys and get 2 starters would be a great third day. Okay? We got the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I like Ty Robinson as well. I think he'd be a good addition to the group. Plays violent. He's got a little interior pass rush. I think he could be more probably disruptive.
That's good.
And I like his upside as a run defender.
I agree. Thought he was a nasty, good football player with traits in his body.
London was my highest upside player left today. Size, speed, range, blitz ability, drop back and coverage. I think he can do it all. 3 down.
All right, that's good, Salk. That's good. I don't need to hear the scouts.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, so that's all right. Yeah, the point being, don't give me just volume backups. Right? We got a good roster. We got a lot of good people. Find me a starter or 2. Find me that diamond in the rough. Find me that KJ Wright. Find me that Richard Sherman. I'll give you the 2 that I would probably put stock in for the Seahawks. Just watching Bryce Cable do move. We talked about him in the lead up to the draft. He is a mover. He's a little bit of a tinkerer. Again, talking to some of the folks there at Kansas, there were times that maybe a little humility, Could have gone, a long ways. But you get to this league and you're a 6th-round pick. You've been served your humble pie, and now you got to go produce. That guy is going to push for the right guard spot. I really believe that. And I know this is just a glimpse of 3 days of rookie minicamp, but it's also 50 starts and played right. They're on that line with Dominic Pooney and some other good players, Salk. So he would be one in the 6th round that I'd put a little stock in. And then it's the 2 injured guys, one of the 2, either Riley Mills or Torrey Horton, that are coming off of, significant injuries there. I think one of those 2 guys eventually will have a great opportunity to start. And obviously with Horton, there's a lot more runway of opportunity. A defensive line room, pretty deep for Riley. Probably getting the rotation, but for being a starter, yeah, I'm going to go Horton. I'm going to go Cable Do is those third day guys that have that kind of potential in them.
All right, question number 2. We've been talking kind of about that Arroyo pick. As I said, I feel like it's going to go boom or bust, and a lot of people really like it. So make the case. Was it the right pick?
Can I turn to PFF, Trevor Sikkema?
Yeah.
Who was on with Bump and Stacy yesterday, looking at all the next level stats and making a pretty good point of how he also fits into this offense.
I think that he is excellent for exactly what they want. And you look at JSN and Cooper Kupp already on this team, they needed big receivers, and not just receivers at the tight end spot. I think that Elijah Arroyo is talented enough where you could play him as an X. You could play him on the outside, like on the line of scrimmage. And so that, to me, is the most intriguing pick and the one that I'm the most excited about, because he fills a lot of different receiving needs that they would want from that big receiver role.
And I appreciate that, and I would take it even a step further from the receiver room, Salk, because I think Valdez Scantling, I think a Torrey Horton, I think some of these receivers can also go high point it and do that job down in the red zone. But when you talk about complimenting, I would actually point a lot more to the tight end room. I think he compliments A.J. Barner. I think he compliments a creature that Brady was talking about yesterday, the Nick Callerup guy, the 275-pound hammer out of Minnesota that is a blocker, that's an extended tackle. I think he complements that room. Some other pieces in there, some veteran guys that have been around the league a little bit. I think you needed that burst, that twitch, that explosion from him in that tight end room as much as you did complimenting anything in the receiving core.
All right, question number 3. We're going to talk to Jordan Palmer here in just about 10 minutes. He is coaching Jalen Milroe. You watch some of his delivery, some of his highlights. Who does he remind you of?
Yeah, 2 guys immediately come to mind. This is going to be fun with Jordan. Let's try to get out just maybe even a minute earlier so we can get a little extended. So he works with a lot of people, and he has worked with Sam Darnold since, I believe, his freshman year of college. So one thing, if you can see me on video, Salk, that you'll watch guys from my era, and it's kind of like pitching mechanics too, but you watch guys from my era, and even some guys still in the league, when they go to throw the football, their off arm, like I was always taught, hey man, you're going to bring my off arm around. You're going to create all this rotational force this way, right? And that's how you get like Steve Young. You watch these old guys. You watch now, and Jordan Palmer, kind of the tip of the spear when it comes to a lot of this rotation. And actually, you want to keep that front, like a pitcher, that front side strong. So that off arm, instead of doing any of this, stays right there. Tom Brady and Tom House did a lot of that. And when I watch Jalen, you see that hyper focus. That's why that release is clean and twitchy and quick, because there's not a lot of wasted movement on the upper body. He's not dropping the ball. There is a lot of Sam Darnold. And they will be speaking, by the way, the exact same language when it comes to those fundamentals. Sam just about 5 years more well-versed in it. So I think that's a cool component and an advantage, once again, for the Seahawks there to watch in his fundamental growth over the weeks, months, and years ahead.
Good stuff. All right, that is today's Blue 88. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. We'll try to get out a moment or 2 early just to have some extra time with Jordan Palmer. That's Carson's brother, quarterback guru, works with Jalen Milroe, works with Sam Darnold, kind of is given a lot of credit for Josh Allen, right? I mean, like, he's the dude right now. So let's talk to him. Let's find out what things look like here in this quarterback room for the Seahawks moving forward. Stick around. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively, and I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Right now, the Home Depot has spring deals under $20. So no matter what you're working on, the deals are blooming at the Home Depot with savings on plants, flowers, soil, and more. Then light up your outdoor space with Hampton Bay string lights. Was $34.97, now only $19.99. And get the grill going with two 16-pound bags of Kingsford charcoal. Was $19.98, now only $17.88. Don't miss spring deals under $20 now through May 7th at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, valid on select items only.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of management.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, we're waiting just a moment here on Jordan Palmer, quarterback guru. Works with both big-name Seahawks quarterbacks, right? Both Sam Darnold and now Jalen Milroe. But his kind of claim to fame is Josh Allen, right? That's the guy where it's really kind of worked out as well as it could. And he takes a few minutes to join us right now. Jordan, good morning. Thanks for jumping on the show. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Some would say Salk, his claim to fame was making his older brother.
Oh,
yeah, he was really the one that taught him everything he knows.
Is that true?
It's what little brothers do to older brothers. I know that feeling, right?
No, I think I probably, I'm like 5 years younger, so I probably tattled on him enough to make my mom mad to like keep him in line. I mean, I'll own that. Whatever role that played in his development, but yeah, it didn't really help him too much with the quarterback thing.
All right, well, tell us about this Jalen Milroe kid. I've been fascinated with the conversation. What can he be?
Well, I'm not big on when it comes to evaluating players, just looking like at ceilings. I think it's easy in the media, right? What can this person be from a ceiling perspective? But I think with Jalen, it's hard to ignore it because I think there's some things that personally I haven't seen before in terms of a guy that runs 4.3 that is built like him. Those are typically skinny guys. Those are littler guys. I think he's got, particularly coming out of the draft, I think he's got 15, 20 pounds on Lamar. But I think what jumps out and makes me feel like Jalen has, the trajectory that he does is actually not even physical. I just think it's who he is as a guy. And the coaches obviously felt that in the front office. That's why they drafted him. The teammates will feel that as they get to know him better. And I think you guys in the media will as well, that as unique as his physical traits are in terms of his explosiveness, top-end speed, arm talent, and then just how dynamic he is, I actually think the traits that are most unique are, on the personality side of things in terms of he's like a magnet. He's incredibly likable, but he comes from this military background of, it's not even about discipline. It's so much about just finishing what you started, doing what you said you were going to do, and accountability. And those are the things that I think in today's day and age, when you got young players making money in high school and college, that I don't see as often. And that's really what jumped out to me as I got to know Jalen last year.
It's really cool. And Jordan texted me, Salk, before the show a little bit. And I knew a fair amount of this, but I didn't know the lengths that you go to, not just with guys coming in to train with you for 3 days, but the amount of time on task you spend, right, studying their tape and helping them throughout the entirety of a season. It's really cool. And when you study Jalen, Salk rattled off the completion percentage numbers to me, and they're really high. He was like a 67%?
64.3,
okay,
I think it was.
Mid-60s, which then, Jordan, when I watched the Combine and when I watched the Senior Bowl and, you kind of sprayed the ball, I was like, that doesn't really add up. So as you studied him, and when he does miss, is there a consistent fundamental thing there to clean up? Can he be a guy that can be a refined passer at this next level?
Well, I believe that, but I'll use this as my soapbox. Here's what's wrong with the evaluation on the media side of things, even former players, Brock, and certainly fans, is I think we assume that throwing mechanics are in one of two stages. They're either not clean, whatever term you want to use. They're not cleaned up. They're not refined. Or there's like this imaginary threshold where they now are refined, right? So you look at somebody and you go, oh, he's got a lot to clean up. And then you look at whoever you think's really good in the NFL and you go, He's good. Your mechanics, how you throw, and mechanics is not oversimplified into throwing mechanics. There's a lot of elements to it. There's your force transfer sequence, how you transfer force through the ground. We do it 3 ways. We do it laterally, we do it rotationally, we do it vertically. That's it. There's a sequence to that. And then there's, to get nerdy, a kinematic throwing sequence. So that is your pelvis turns, your trunk rotates, your elbow extends, and your shoulder internally rotates. That's a 4-step sequence. That sequence. And then there's just the feel and the touch and the control of how the ball comes off your hand. The reason I get all nerdy and say all that is there is no clean or not clean on mechanics. Every single person in the NFL, it's an evolution. Every year they should be throwing it different. They should be refining things. Pull up some old Tom Brady tape. Pull up early Tom Brady tape after he won a Super Bowl, when his mechanics should be clean, right? Because he won a Super Bowl. It looks like a different player. And so I think every quarterback, certainly that I work with, from a mechanical perspective, is on an evolution. What I do is come in and help expedite that process. And so with Jalen, I think there are elements of his throwing mechanics that are really, really clean and really consistent. And like every other quarterback in the NFL, there's some that need refinement. And it's not even refinement. It's building out that sequence further. And then the next phase is getting more comfortable with it, where you can repeat that pattern. And then you get to the point where you go repeat that pattern, whether your feet are in the right spot or not. And every quarterback is on the journey of all of those sequences and all the elements of throwing. It is an evolution. Every year your throwing motion should evolve. I started working with Sam Darnold, met him when he was 14, started working with him really his freshman year in college. And he lives down the street from me. That's every single offseason. I've thrown with Sam Darnold 10 times more than I've thrown with the second most guy. And he's still evolving. The things that he worked on this offseason, a lot more minute than some of the guys coming into the league right now. But it's still a constant evolution.
Talking to Jordan Palmer, maybe the first pelvis reference we've had on the show in a while, which is good. We don't get a lot of pelvis references. Sure? I can't think of one.
Yeah, and you want to make sure you measure the angular velocity in degrees per second, and they want that separation between 8 and 12 degrees.
All right, good.
Salk's memory's so bad. You don't remember Michael Bennett's 3-pump pelvis?
I do, I guess,
pumps.
yes. I said in a while. I didn't say ever, just in a while. So help me here.
That's the first Michael Bennett reference I've heard in a while.
Yeah. You'd be surprised. Listen to the show. You might get more than you think. If for a layman, for someone like me, I didn't play quarterback in the NFL. I didn't come anywhere near the NFL. For a layman, for a common fan, for anyone else, as we are watching Milroe, what should we be looking at to let us know he's succeeding, improving, on the right track? What should I be looking for?
Well, I think if you go through like the life cycle of a quarterback, okay, let's say Jalen, he was a big-time recruit, went to a big-time school, and was a third-round pick. So if you think about in high school, how does a high school quarterback get on the college radar, get big-time offers, get on the Elite 11 radar? Well, it's largely playmaking, right? I'm on the Elite 11 staff. We look at highlights a lot of times, right? And so you go through this process where the rewards-based system is off of playmaking, right? Your highlights, so making plays. Nobody posts full games on Twitter when they're in high school. They post their highlights, okay? And then how do you get to be drafted high? Well, there's a lot of elements of it, right? Who you are but the body of work, it's not just highlights, but that's certainly helpful. That is how you win a Heisman, right? You don't win a Heisman by taking the check down every time. And so the rewards-based system in college is largely playmaking. And then it's also kind of learning how to put the ball in play. And then you get to the NFL, and it's pretty much all about putting the ball in play. And if you can make highlight plays, awesome, but I need you to put the ball in play. And so there's the evolution of the American quarterback. And so when I work with clients that are transitioning into the NFL, well, when I work with clients that are going from one level to the next, high school to college or college to pro, it should be an evolution of them transitioning from a playmaker to a guy whose foundation is putting the ball in play.
What does that mean?
So what I'm going to be watching,
just real quick, what do you mean when you say putting the ball in play? What does that mean?
Taking what they give you, being totally fine, just distributing the football. Okay. Now, that's going to play out in completion percentage, but even completion percentage can be misleading with your receivers catching the ball and all that. But when I watch tape of when you throw the ball and it hits the guy's hands, even if I don't know your offense, because I watch every snap of all of my clients' games. I don't know everybody's offense. I don't know what the coach told them to do on that play. But when the ball hits the receiver's hands, is that the most open guy? And does that even just to me make sense why the ball went there? So distributing the football, essentially replacing defenders with the ball. And then in man coverage, that's where you talk about accuracy, timing, and the tempo on the ball. So I want to see any young player, Jalen included, the evolution of them become a guy where we're no longer relying on making plays and making something happen. I'm just dead set on putting the ball in play, distributing it. There's absolutely an element of accuracy to that because I can't keep throwing the flat route if I slow him down or have him jump or have him dive to catch it. But that's where all of it comes together. But it's the mindset of the way you win in the NFL is by distributing the football and putting it in play and not relying on your ability to make plays.
Poster child for that might just be Sam Darnold, Minnesota Vikings 2024. Right? I mean, in many ways of what you're talking about there, and speak of his evolution, big-time recruit, USC, Heisman contender, top 5 pick in the draft, and going from playmaker to game manager, as crazy as that sounds. Wasn't that a huge, huge part of Sam's journey last year?
Yeah, I think this got popular on the internet a few years ago, people, debating the definition of the term game manager, but I've always thought it was a compliment. I think Tom Brady is the best game manager of all time. He's also the best quarterback of all time. Those are the same thing to me. And yeah, I think with Sam Darnold, I mean, nobody's watched every snap like me. And I'm for full disclosure here, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm his number one fan. Okay, so
I think we got that.
But I'll give you as many facts as possible. So, I realized that when Sam went to San Fran, that was probably the first time that he really was coached. And I know that sounds crazy to fans when they go, what are you talking about? He's in the NFL. Brock, you probably relate to this. But learning, that was the first time his footwork lined up with the concept. And Brock, it's crazy how many offensive coordinators are in the league right now who let the quarterback do whatever drop they want, whether they want to do it that way or not. And so with Sam, he goes to San Francisco, and the fan base, fans-wise, it was like, oh, he's the backup. He didn't do it. I think it clicked for Sam going into San Fran. And what we do together is, in a nutshell, is eliminate unnecessary movement and remove momentum from their game. I believe this whole game is about movement. And if you miss and you're talented, you probably put yourself in a position to miss. So it's the movement that precedes the throw that typically causes the mechanical issue. And so with Sam, all of that clicked going into San Fran because it was a mess. He had 5 coordinators in 5 years before that. And then he backed up Brock. But he also got a chance to be on a team that went to the Super Bowl and be a part of that every single day and go against those guys every single day and see the way that was the first time he'd won. They didn't really win in San Clemente High School. They didn't really win at SC outside of him being a playmaker and rattling off 9 straight wins in a Rose Bowl year. And they never won in New York or in Carolina. So we've never really been around a winning culture. Then goes to Minnesota last year, and it's similar footwork. It's coached similarly, high-level football conversations happening, and a winning culture, and he brought his own element to that. And from an encouragement standpoint, I try and give my clients like a quote to hold on to. And I have different ones for different guys. And the quote, every word's purposeful in it. And it's something that they can look at, think about, and work on every day because there's elements of them. And for Sam, for years, because as long as I've known him, he's never cut a corner. He's never showed up late. He's never canceled a workout because he's got something going on. He is as literally as consistent of a professional athlete as I've ever been around, and that's including my brother. And I've been telling him for years that here's his quote: there will be a time and a place where all you have to do is play to the best of your abilities, and you'll be in every game with a chance to make a run at the end. And every year I thought it would be the year, and then turns out last year was the first time. His 4th team in 7 years or whatever it is was the first time that happened, and look what happened. And so my hope is in Seattle, not just this year, but as the years come, that's the situation they'll be in, because you put that type of player in that type of situation, and you got a chance to make a run at the end.
Let's go.
It's pretty cool. All I know is a lot of the Seahawks' success this year depends on you. Sort of what it seems like. I mean, like, you got both these guys, so we're counting on you.
Where I have everybody in the room. I did Drew Lock draft prep, too.
Did you? Oh, my gosh.
There we go.
Wow. All right. Well,
it's all on you, Jordan. Good luck.
We're going to blame you if everything goes awry, but we're really going to give you a lot of credit if this team makes the
I'm far
playoffs.
enough away where I could care less.
Hey, Jordan, thank you. This was fascinating. A lot of great response here from listeners as well. We appreciate it, and we'd love to have you back as this season gets underway and talk a little bit more about this.
Yeah, can I add one thing real quick?
Please.
I have a lot of Seahawks fan friends, and I went to – now, my brother was 3-0 up there.
Yeah.
But I went to all those games, and definitely one of the best fan bases. One of my best friends in the world was Trevor Moad, who was Russell's performance psychologist up there for all those years. So intimately involved. Known Pete since I was in 8th grade. And here's what I'll say. I actually think, and I'll throw Drew in this too, but Sam and Jalen, from a consistency, work ethic, leadership, and those are, cover all terms. That might be one of the best rooms in the league, and you only go as far as that room goes. And if I'm a Seahawks fan, I know it's not exciting to get pumped up about high character, but from a character perspective, leadership, all those things, which are generic cliche terms that we just throw around, I actually think the Seahawks have one of the best rooms in the league. Right. And if I'm a Seahawks fan this time of year and I'm looking for stuff to be excited about, be pumped on that.
Pretty cool. Hey, Jordan, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll hopefully talk again, and we'll be right back with everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
Super blessed, super grateful, but I feel like I should have gone a little sooner, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, I kind of had an NFL, it's personal list, so it's a funny thing I for myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Yeah, it's been nice. Mike Salk here talking about Eastside Weight Loss Clinic just because of how helpful it's been for me. I mentioned a bunch of times, had my 25th college reunion this past weekend and wanted to look my best, and I did, thanks to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Just dropped like a quick 18 pounds right before the reunion and felt like I looked exactly how I wanted to. Got some nice compliments, which is always cool. It's a great plan. It works. It's designed to develop long-term lifestyle habits that help keep you at your target weight, looking and feeling your very best. I did it, and I'm happy. Ryan Roland Smith is doing it. He's lost over 30 pounds. I know we've heard from other folks here in the building, listeners, advertisers, texters, people who have really had this plan work for them as well. It all just starts with a 15-minute phone consultation, which you can schedule right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com, and you can just see if it's right for you. It will be. I really believe in it. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big dumper with a 2-run blast.
And then Then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again!
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone! Goodbye, baseball! Julio Rodriguez!
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Tridents up.
Don't miss the Mariners Mother's Day weekend series starting this Friday, including a clear purse giveaway on Mother's Day for the first 10,000 moms, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Then the action continues with a showdown against the Yankees Monday, May 12th through Wednesday, May 14th. Get tickets at mariners.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Bobby, who was hurt riding the bus.
The bus made a left turn, and the scooter that I was on overturned. Ended up having surgery on my back. So I knocked on the door of Warrior Injury Law, and I thought if anyone could help me with my situation, they could, and they did. They everyday people who work for everyday people. I would recommend this company over all the rest.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
G. Scott here with former Seahawk Doug Baldwin. Tell us about Nourishing Champions.
We know the benefits for young people in sports, but we often don't think about the barriers. And one of those barriers is having proper nutrition. So Nourishing Champions, in partnership with Champions of Change and Safeway, is an effort to address those barriers so that our student athletes have what they need to excel both on the field and in the classroom.
High schools can apply for grants up to $25,000 from Nourishing Champions. Learn more at championsofchangefoundation.org/Nourishing Champions.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Are you still using allergy pills and sprays to treat your allergy attacks? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few of the sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get relief, easily, quickly, and permanently. Find us in Federal Way or Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Bottom of the 11th inning, the stretch, and the 0-2 on the way, swinging a line shot up the middle into center field. A base hit. Soderstrom will score. Jacob Wilson with a walk-off single wins it for the Athletics.
That's probably all you need to know there. Bryce Miller struggled early. 28 pitches in the first, 94 overall, only made it through 4 innings. Got a little offense, as they've done, but unfortunately, Brock couldn't get it when they needed it in extra innings, and Casey Lagumina ends up giving it up. So Emerson Hancock goes tonight against the lefty Jeffrey Springs. We've seen him drop game 1 before. Hasn't always been a problem for them.
You know, Saul, because I become a coach, and yesterday I had my first tight end drills, my first indie. They're called indie drills, individual drills. You know, in football, they love to use the term, coaches love to do this. Oh, that guy's a problem. In a good way. Oh, that guy's a problem. That group's a problem. That blitz package, it's a problem. That play caller's a problem. That A's young offense is a problem.
Yeah, no kidding.
They put bat on ball
Led by Jacob Wilson, that's for sure.
And in that little rinky-dink AAA stadium, too. Not ideal.
I kind of like the stadium.
I kind of did, too.
Yeah, I kind of like the look of it. Visually, it looked pretty cool.
And it plays, actually, to their strengths in many ways.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
That was an interesting conversation with Jordan Palmer, Bra. A couple things jump out to me, and we can get into more detail later. But referring to Jalen Milroe as a magnet sounded a lot like John Schneider's conversations about tilting the room.
Yep, 100%. And hearing some of that same background, I don't think I was the only one. Jalen Milroe, Jalen Hurts, military background, disciplined background, hardworking, cut no corners background, and maybe even, quite honestly, a cleaner release than Jalen had coming out of school. I like the way he framed it too, man. It's an evolution. It's a constant journey. Just like these pitchers that we watch. Do they ever stop? Do they ever stop tinkering, ever stop learning in their delivery, their mechanics? Absolutely not. Same way, same form with these quarterbacks.
We're going to have to talk more about what it means to put the ball in play. That was, I'm pretty interested in that. So
Good.
Super fun stuff, and we'll come back to a lot of what Jordan had to say a little bit later.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And then finally, quickly, bad news for the Kraken. They go from 6th to 8th in the NHL draft lottery. That's where they were last year as well. They got Berkeley Catton, so we'll see if they're able to do that again. The league announced it's going to scrap the All-Star game again next year, do another international competition. And if you were watching last night, no discipline for Sam Bennett after he was involved in a little incident with the goaltender for Toronto.
You know what where you made a big mistake in your NBA viewing, Salk, fandom, and life?
Mm-hmm.
You went with John Morant instead of Jokic.
Oh, I should have done that.
I think if you would have just said, you know what, I'm going to watch this 3-time MVP.
I'm out.
Maybe you'd watch the NBA a little more.
I think I'm out.
Okay.
There's really nothing I think you could do at this point.
All right.
That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour or thereabouts. Sorry, Jordan went a little long. I'm sorry for everybody who counts on that right at quarter past.
Yep.
You're not late to work. It's nothing like that.
Well, then get on now. Okay, we got Passan.
We had a little extra time with Jordan. Jeff Passan, though, is going to join us next. We'll talk names. We'll talk strategy. We got a lot.
Fight, please. It's better when you two.
We could try to fight.
Find some way to fight with Passan.
I don't know if I feel well enough to fight.
Come on.
We'll see. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
Super blessed, super grateful, but yeah, I feel like I should have gone a little sooner, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, like I kind of had like the NFL, it's personal list, so like that's a funny thing I for myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, Call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven. Dayandnight.net. Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer. Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and safe. Dayandnight.net. Make sure your AC will keep you cool when the summer heat gets here. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. When the heat's at 11, stay cool with Day and Night.
Dayandnight.net. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, it must be time for our weekly chat with our favorite ESPN baseball insider, Jeff Passan. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are
Hey,
you?
Jeff,
Well, we're tired,
Jeffrey.
to be honest.
Jeff,
We're up
I
late.
gotta say, man, Salk's playing injured, dude. He was at Pomona College. It's not a university, and he got drunk with nerds for 4 days and realized at 47 he can't sustain like he once did. So he is still on the IL, battling through.
This is the first 3-day hangover of my life. It's not great.
I am losing my mind right now. I'm not joking with you guys when I'm saying that, and I'll walk you through what's happening, and you can tell me how to handle this. I haven't had my AirPods for a couple of days. You know what happens? They kind of like go missing, and you don't think you need them, and you go through, and everything's fine. Today I'm finally like, okay, I got to find these things. And if you have an iPhone, you probably know what the Find My app is. It's the thing that for all of us old people helps you track down things that you forgot where you put them. And so I hit the play sound button on my AirPods, and I hear a beep, and it's like, I'm like, okay, I'll go and track it down. I swear to God, I cannot find these things, even though I'm hearing the beep, and I have no idea what's going on.
Do you have a dog?
I have no clue where they are. Do I have a dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, two. Why?
Is it possible one of the dogs ate it?
No.
Are you sure? You sure the beeping's not coming from inside the dog?
Am I sure? I can never say I'm sure about anything because not only do we have a dog, but we have a 4.5-month-old dog.
Right.
And for a while, guys, like as we were preparing to get this puppy, we were going through names. Like I had this whole system down of how we picked a name, and finally we settled on a name we thought was going to be perfect for the dog, and her name is Daisy. And it turns out it was the perfect name for her because she is the worst. And everybody who sees her calls her Crazy Daisy. And there could not have been a more perfect name to have that rhyme there. And as much as I adore my sweet little insane dog, she is right now down in the basement.
Okay.
And I am upstairs, and the noise would not travel.
Well, that probably makes sense.
As loud as it is. That's the part that's like getting me so much. I know it's in this room. I know the general vicinity. It's right where I hang all my suits. So I have fruitlessly checked every pocket of these suits to find these stupid freaking AirPods that are the bane of my existence right now. It's like how you guys felt about the Mariners after 10 games.
This is like a John Clayton-esque rant. Hey, speaking of the Mariners, we're tired because we stayed up late watching them in extra innings last night. General question about strategy, because we've been having a good kind of just baseball strategy conversation, which I love on sports radio. How do you feel about loading the bases on purpose with one out?
Extra innings.
Man on third, one out. Do you walk one guy and play for the double play? Do you walk both guys and set up force play at home?
And this is I got to be honest, I don't know the exact scenario.
They were
bottom of the 11th.
Bottom of the 11th, tied. They bunted the runner over
in the 10th, so you got a non-leverage reliever in.
They bunt the runner over to third, and then they decided to first walk Langoliers to put him on first, and then walk Blade to get to Jacob Wilson with the bases loaded and the infield drawn in.
I'll tell you, I'm glad you laid out like the specific scenario for me. Yeah, I don't like it because you're getting to Jacob Wilson and you know the ball's going to be in play. Like, I understand you're looking for the double play. Jacob Wilson's not a guy who's going to be hitting into double plays very often. I understand you're looking for the force at home. Generally speaking, I'm not a fan of the practice, but particularly so when you have a guy who's putting the ball in play like Wilson does. He never strikes out. He's going to be like the bane of your existence for the next half decade, specifically because of that.
He's good. This Oakland or A's team, is. We're going to talk mostly Mariners.
Call him Oakland.
I mean, I can't help it. I've been unable. They've been Oakland my entire life, but
Exactly.
They're pretty good. I really like their core, man. They do some good things offensively.
I was going to say their offense is legit, and I think coming into this year, people had an idea that it was going to be pretty good. I'm not sure we thought it was going to be this good, but Nick Kurtz is going to be like a guy in the big leagues, and he's batting eighth right now. Jacob Wilson already is a guy, and he's batting seventh in this lineup right now. And you know, aside from Miguel Andujar, who's hitting .315 this year, you look at the names ahead of him: Tyler Soderstrom, 9 home runs; Brent Rooker, almost 40 last year; Lawrence Butler, guy who signed an extension; Langoliers, huge power. Blade hasn't been very good this year, but he was last year. Like, if they can get some pitching, they're going to be a problem for the next few years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so big picture with the 20 and 14 Seattle Mariners. As you look at numbers, as I know you do, as you kind of look at trends, and we get a chance week to week to talk to you, what jumps out now through 34 games of this journey with this crew?
They're good, and I know I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know already, but this is a team that's 17-6 since it started 3-7. To me, the biggest number, though, and the one that matters the most, this is a game that, because of the offensive environment, guys, is going to be based around how many home runs you can hit and how many home runs you can prevent. And over the last calendar month, since they bottomed out at 3-7, Seattle Mariners hitters have hit the most home runs in all of Major League Baseball, and Seattle Mariners starters have allowed the second fewest. And that right there is how you go on a 17 wins in 23 games run.
So not small ball.
Not small ball, no. And thank goodness for Cal Raleigh, who's got more than a quarter of the home runs by himself. But
I dare you to say that to Jay Buhner.
Yeah, we had Jay Buhner on last week. He said it was small ball.
I dare you to say that right to Buhner's face and see what he does. I dare you, Joe.
Wait, Jay Buhner said this team needs small ball?
He said that's why they were winning, was because of small ball.
The way that really, really good major league power hitters revere small ball will never make sense to me. It's like you have this panel on the postseason in Fox, or in the postseason on Fox, of Alex Rodriguez, David Ortiz, and Derek Jeter combined like 1,500 home runs in their career. And they're like, got a bunt in that situation. No, guys, you don't. You hit the ball over the fence, and that is how you win games. If you are bunting to try and score, you stink. Period. End of story. Like, get with it. I will not for the life of me understand the reverence for small ball among players who made careers hitting the long ball.
I got an idea. You know what we should call it, actually? And actually, the more that Jay kind of talked about it, it wasn't small
It's
ball.
not.
It's situational ball. This team is playing good situational ball. When it calls to get somebody over, they get them over. When it calls to hit a sacrifice fly, when it calls to get the runner home, when it calls for what the game calls for, they're doing it better over, this stretch of 30-some games than they had the last few years. Can we call it situational ball?
Yeah, just how about do your job ball? Like that's what it is.
Sounds too Belichickian.
Yeah.
And Jordan wouldn't like that, and she'd say, "Stop that."
And I would argue that that job does change over the course of an at bat, over the course of the game. I think we've seen one thing I've noted. I think we've seen a lot more this year is less trying to hit a home run with 2 strikes.
Yep.
Right. I mean that to me is the one philosophical change that I think I could point to that I actually see with my own eyes. That if you the whole get your best swing off, elevate and separate, all that stuff. Elevate and celebrate, like all of that they're doing, and they're hitting a lot of home runs. But with 2 strikes, you're seeing more of that Nelson Cruz, Manny Ramirez, good hitter. Like, yeah, I tried for the home run, and now I'm going to try to get the ball in play so that I can, get on base or drive in a run or do whatever the situation calls for.
I appreciate a good 2-strike approach anytime. And I don't know what the numbers are with 2 strikes in terms of power, in terms of putting the ball in play, but I just go back to, I think it was my second week coming here this season, and there was panic from you guys, understandably. Like, they were 3-7 at that time, and that sort of start is not going to imbue confidence in anyone. But we talked that day, I think, about hits with runners in scoring position and how they were dead last. And it's the same thing about approach, right? It's not the same approach, but it's the same mentality that there are just certain situations that call for a more mindful way to go to the plate. And I think that's what the Mariners done. And if you go and look at their numbers with runners in scoring position at this point, they're like middle of the pack. They've done a really nice job of figuring that out between then and now, and that plus the power combined really are the things that are helping propel this.
By the way, the Mariners are tied for 7th with home runs with 2 strikes. So, yeah, you can just take whatever I just said and probably throw it right out. Because it's funny, you look at it, and they are still hitting for power with 2 strikes, and they're 20th in average with 2 strikes. So.
Yeah, well, listen,
it's early, Mike. It's early.
All that tells me is that our eyes lie, and you don't know ball.
Oh, thank you. That's nice. I appreciate the second part of it. That's
welcome.
nice of you. Thank you, Jeffrey. That's a really, really nice thing to hear from you this morning.
It's pretty rich when you can't find your freaking AirPods. Really,
I was
pretty
going to say,
rich.
I don't know how to find a noise. So who's the real idiot here?
Maybe both of us.
You were famous originally for writing a book about an arm, but that arm is connected to the mind. And you said mindful, and it struck me of something that Bryce Miller said yesterday, Jeff. This has been a stretch now of 4 or 5 starts that we have not been accustomed to seeing out of Bryce. And he's a pretty introspective guy. Here he was yesterday post-game talking about some of what's going on between his ears.
It's tough because this game is extremely mental. And, it's like even before today, 2 of my last 3 starts, I didn't give up any runs, but I still haven't felt like myself. And I think there's also, you have to have the battle within yourself to not press too hard and just to trust your stuff. And I think as the game went on, I did that, but it's a tough game. And at the end of the day, I got to just go out and execute and trust that I prepared. And, it's can't get too mental. It's difficult to do, but at the end of the day, you just got to go execute and not think too much.
Not think too much, can't get too mental. When people in my life experience are saying that, it is absolutely mental, and you're absolutely pressing and thinking too much. Anything that resonates and really stands out from the numbers, not just our eyes, but as you look at his numbers, or anything that jumps out to you in particular?
Yeah, the walks. Walks are just such the enemy of pitchers because that's something that most of the time, guys, is in your control. And I think one of the things that has made this Mariners staff so exceptional over the last few years is that they have a staff full of guys who strike batters out with premium stuff and throw strikes and do not give free passes. And I think there's probably, if you execute a pitch and someone gets a hit off you or someone even hits a home run, I'm not saying you can be happy with it, but if you are a process-oriented person, you can accept, you can acknowledge, you can recognize that sometimes in this game, a guy's going to get a really good swing off and going to beat you, even if you have good stuff, or a guy's going to get a really bad swing off and still beat you if you have good stuff. And that I think is where Bryce Miller is at right now. We can look at the walks, and 19 and 34 and 2/3 innings. It's almost 5 per 9 when this is a guy who over the course of his career coming into this season was averaging 2.1 per 9. He's more than doubling his walk rate. But at the same time, I think he takes solace in the lack of home runs he's given up this year. Only 2 in those 34 and 2/3 innings. So,
Jeff, what would cause that?
Small sample. Until I see more evidence that this is something that he's done for a half as opposed to 7 starts, that's what I will attribute it to.
I think our concern is that it's either something physical, right? He's talked a little bit about, the back has been sore or something like that.
You're talking about the walks. I thought you were talking about the home run.
No, the walks, and just, watching him last night, really the last couple of starts, I don't want to use this. He's labored a little, and he has looked, for him, very ordinary, which is not something I would have ever said about watching Bryce Miller pitch. Just didn't really have an out pitch. Couldn't really finish.
I'm gonna counter any concern right now, and maybe this is gonna be egg on my face, but I look at those 2 outings that he was referring to where he gave up no runs, right? He threw only 83 pitches in the first and only 78 in the second. The second in particular I thought was impressive because of his strike total, but I love an outing where a guy does not have his best stuff, does not have the feel of the ball or the strike zone or particular pitches, and still has the gumption to go out there and put up zeros, where he's got traffic and he's pitching through guys with runners in scoring position and stranding guys, and still has a 0 at the end of the day. And to me, it's a nice evolution in a player's career when mentally he might not be at his best, when physically he certainly is not at his best, and yet he still endures and succeeds. And that's not something that we've seen through Bryce Miller's career. And I think it's a gift to be able to have that, because he's not always going to have his best stuff, but he needs to understand, even in spite of that, he is still very capable of great amount of success.
You ever bird hunt, turkey hunt, Passan? Ever done any of that hunting?
No. I went a couple weeks ago. I don't know if I told you guys this, but I've been coaching baseball, or I coached baseball when my older son was younger, and another assistant coach. One day we were just lamenting. I think it was after a loss. And the kids were like, this is such psycho behavior. The kids were like 9 at the time, and we were sitting there and lamenting how soft our kids are. and we were like, they need something. And he's like, well, my dad lives out in the country, and we can take them out there, and they can learn to do things in the country and have country common sense. And 8 years later, finally, we had country common sense camp. A couple of weekends ago.
Don't you live in Missouri? You're basically in the country to begin with.
I live in the suburbs, you turd.
But it's Missouri. It's all country.
First off, I live in Kansas. My kid goes.
I'm sorry. Well,
Missouri.
Kansas. I've always referred to Kansas as really the big city.
Yeah, I'm going to really defeat the idea that there are coastal douches who go and judge where other people live.
No, I'm not going to defeat that idea at all. I'll prove that idea 100%, as coastal as it gets.
Unbelievable.
Why were you asking him about this, Brock?
All of this is to say I shot guns a couple weeks ago, but no, I've never killed animals, Brock.
Okay. No, I was just thinking when
You're
you do
a coastal
bird hunt,
elite at heart.
you do a turkey hunt, it takes a group. And I think you need your wife. If you're going to find this AirPod, you got to kind of circle it. You got to circle where the turkey.
Can I try to ask Jeff a couple quick baseball questions?
Okay, fine.
How many All-Stars on this Mariner team right now today?
Season ends today.
Well, probably the season doesn't have to end. It would just be the All-Star voting that would end. But yes.
All-Star voting ends today.
Cal?
Yeah, Cal and Munoz.
JP?
Nope.
Wow. 150 WRC plus leading shortstops. Polanco?
With JP, I don't think it's a JP thing. I think it's he's not going to get voted in thing. And then with the Mariners already having multiple guys, they will be loath to pick another.
Polanco?
No, not enough volume.
Okay.
Woo?
Yeah, I think Woo would have a pretty good shot right now, actually. I think if there's a third, it's probably him. And Crawford could play his way into it if he keeps doing this. He's been awesome, man.
Incredible.
We were kind of going off of Bradford Doolittle's ranking, and he sort of wrote about the Mariners potentially being in the market for first base help, which would make some sense. The Solano-Tellez combo has not done a lot, but you're hitting, so obviously you can afford to wait a little while. If they try Locklear and that doesn't work, and eventually they want to acquire first base help, I came up with 3 names just looking at teams at the bottom and who had first basemen that might be for sale. And the 3 names I came up with were Nathaniel Lowe in Washington, and then from Baltimore, either Ryan Mountcastle or O'Hearn. Any thoughts on any of those 3?
Let's go through all 3. Nathaniel Lowe is solid. He strikes out a lot, though. And I don't know how much better production you're going to get from him against right-handed pitchers than Rowdy Tellez. Tellez hasn't been bad, guys. Like he's hit home runs at least. And when you have a lineup that right now, it's like you're getting the on base from Polanco and Crawford. And even like guys like Leo Rivas and Mitch Garver, like that's the thing. The guys you're not expecting and who aren't playing full time are getting on base. And really, like, when it comes to those secondary guys, I think it's reasonable to want them to be good at one skill. Like, these aren't the guys who are hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even 6 a lot of times in the lineup.
Doing one thing well. And hang your hand on something well. Yeah.
And Rowdy Tellez has provided some power this year. So that being said, Nathaniel Lowe, sure, it would be an upgrade. Good defensively at first base too. So that certainly helps. Mountcastle, I mean, if you can get Mountcastle and O'Hearn together, that would be awesome. just because the weaker side of the platoon for the Mariners right now is the right-handed side. And I love Ryan O'Hearn. I think he's a really, really good hitter, but he tends to be a guy who succeeds only when he's facing right-handed pitching. So it's not going to be a full-time solution. But of the three, O'Hearn to me would be the best guy to go after.
That's it. I'd have your wife videotape you searching this thing down and would go viral. I really would.
Oh my God, guys!
You're driving yourself crazy.
I'm going to go.
Come on.
I am.
How hard is it to track a sound, Passan? You're not 80 years old.
My ears, like the one benefit, like we all have feelings about ourselves when we look in the mirror. And when I look in the mirror, I see my giant satellite dish ears. And I'm like, these things have to be useful for something.
Yeah.
And no, I'm
imagining you like Christopher Guest in Best in Show with all of his all of his dogs out in the country, all those bloodhounds, right? Yeah. Naming nuts. Isn't that basically where you live?
Oh, have a great week, Mike.
See you, buddy. We miss you, Jeff. Good to have you on today. We'll do it again next week. There's Jeff Passan here on Seattle Sports. All right. Well, there was a lot in there.
I got to fight.
A little. I don't know. It was just barely a fight. You were just sort of instigating.
Put the ball in play. Can we do this? Because I like that.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to. I'd like to hear what that means. Putting the ball in play and a few other things from Jordan Palmer that were pretty important. That's next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Nicky Manwari's been compared to Cam Chancellor, but have you heard another one that you think may be a better fit?
He's a mix between Cam Chancellor and a Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton is a bit better when it comes to covering, and Cam Chancellor was just that pit bull roaming the block, ready to bite anybody who goes across the middle of the field. He has a little bit of both in him.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Your summer starts here in a Toyota truck. Now through June 2nd, get 1.99 APR financing or up to $3,000 customer cash on a new 25 Tundra. Depending on model, excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a new 24 Tacoma SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Baseball's back. It's time your yard stepped up to the plate. Synthetic Turf Northwest is Seattle's go-to for pro-quality turf. Perfect for backyard batting cages, putting greens, or just a mud-free play zone for the whole family. We install the best, we supply the best. And we're local-based in Woodinville with a new Fife location coming soon next to Sportco. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com, where the grass is always greener.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it in some.
The next Mariners homestand is on deck. Join in for the Mother's Day weekend series Friday through Sunday in a marquee matchup against the Yankees starting Monday, May 12th. Then the fun picks up again with a 3-day Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaway, May 27th through 29th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I don't know every radio producer in the country, but I can't imagine that there are many better at rapidly cutting sound and working hard than Maura Dooley. I say that with great admiration and thanks. Maura is unfreaking believable. We talked to Jordan Palmer an hour ago. We've been super busy since then, and Maura's got like 100 cuts here from Jordan Palmer, which are awesome.
There's two great advantages, right? The audience already knows one of them. I mean, two great advantages that you always got to hang your hat on, right? When you've got the length and the dexterity of the fingers, you can type in a manner and cut in a manner that others can't. And secondly, when you just want to get to work so you don't have to listen to us, it's very easy. Like, I'm not listening to this guy. Like, let me go do what I actually enjoy doing, not listening to them.
That's true.
But let me cut what their guests have to say.
That's true.
You know, so I think
those things help.
Pretty big advantages.
I may have the long fingers, but if you ever notice like mistypings when I give you guys my list of cuts, it's because I never learned how to properly type.
Well, and to be fair, it's really hard for you to type with those giant fingers. They're like, it's like watching Shaq try to shoot a free throw. Like his hands were too big for the basketball.
That's right.
Anyway, let's thank you more. Seriously. seriously, jokes aside, thank you for doing this so quickly, because there's some awesome stuff here that I know we both wanted to come back to, starting with this word. So the only problem is that it says Carson Palmer on here. Other than that, you nailed it. This one says Carson, not Jordan. Jordan Palmer, who is the quarterback's coach.
I knew I was going to do that.
I know. You only did it once, too. All the other ones say Jordan except this one. He is quarterback's coach right now with Jalen Milroe, in addition to Sam Darnold. But specifically on Milroe, this is pretty important.
But I think what jumps out and makes me feel like Jalen has, the trajectory that he does is actually not even physical. I just think it's who he is as a guy. And the coaches obviously felt that in the front office. That's why they drafted him. The teammates will feel that as they get to know him better. And I think you guys in the media will as well, that as unique as his physical traits are in terms of his explosiveness, top-end speed, arm talent, and just how dynamic he is, I actually think the traits that are most unique are, on the personality side of things, in terms of he's like a magnet. He's incredibly likable.
I mean, when I heard that word, Brock, magnet, and he said it a couple of times, didn't you think of John Schneider talking about how a quarterback needs to tilt the room?
Oh, 100%.
How could you not?
Just yesterday, Salk, I had to have a tough conversation. We tell our daughters to have these hard conversations, right? And sometimes you got to have them in life. And I had to have a hard conversation with somebody yesterday. And I was saying, we're here to build up all the kids, really. That's our job as coaches, and we're here to build them all up. And in particular, it is going to be an incredibly heated battle at quarterback at our high school. We got a bunch of really talented kids. But the thing I say at the end, man, we're all so focused on this throwing and how pretty this is. The bottom line is you got to be the one that the guys want to be with. Mm-hmm. When you hear Stink talk about John Elway, it's not about him throwing it 80 yards and all these gifts. It's like, man, I just wanted John Elway to walk in our huddle. Because when he walked in the huddle, it just brought this confidence. And we all just knew. You just knew, right? There's just a sense of belief.
Like Joe Kane.
And magnetism, yes, like Joe Kane. Kane is able. Just this magnetism, like, I want to be around this guy. Titus had a chance this year to play basketball with one of those guys. And at the end of the year, I told him and his dad, I said, man, I've been around a lot of competitors in my life. The stones that your son has, the guts that he plays with, the belief that he manifests in others, there are not many in all the sports that I have watched that have done it as well as the two-time Gatorade Player of the Year in the state. Like, he is amazing in that regard. Cool. And it's a really hard one. It's why there's so much boom or bust. It's why Mel Kiper loses his mind yelling, hey, we can't judge quarterback. Right. The league didn't know. It's really hard to judge that and what that looks like at the next level. But that's pretty cool of Jordan to give him that kind of praise.
I like that word, and it's one I'm going to try to write down and remember. The other was, as you said, and he used the phrase, the importance of putting the ball in play. And when I said, all right, well, because I asked, what are we going to look for? How do we know that Jalen Milroe is doing what we want him to? And he said, yeah, the playmaking, whatever. He's going to make plays. He can't help it. The question is, can he put the ball in play? And I asked for a little follow-up of what exactly that means.
You go taking what they give you, being totally fine, just distributing the football. Okay. Now, that's going to play out in completion percentage, but even completion percentage can be misleading with, your receivers catching the ball and all that. When you throw the ball and it hits the guy's hands, is that the most open guy? And does that even just to me make sense why the ball went there? So distributing the football, essentially replacing defenders with the ball. And then in man coverage, that's where you talk about accuracy, timing, and the tempo on the ball. So I want to see any young player, Jalen included, the evolution of them become a guy where we're no longer relying on making plays and making something happen. I'm just dead set on putting the ball in play, distributing it. There's absolutely an element of accuracy to that, because I can't keep throwing the flat route if I slow him down or have him jump or have him dive to catch it. But that's where all of it comes together.
So essentially, Jalen Milroe can make plays, right? That's not up for debate.
Highlight reel plays.
He is a playmaker just naturally with his gifts. Can he be a game manager? Is really what that comes down to, right?
So if you were to watch, and for some reason, I don't know, in the tub the other night and how this came about, but there was a clip of Johnny Manziel. It was after the draft with Nick Saban, and Saban kind of praising, the playmaking and yada, yada, yada. And someone put up the Johnny Manziel highlights when he went to Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama. You would have thought it's the second coming of the greatest quarterback you've ever watched. Like, honestly, he's everything you would have loved.
Right.
Running around, making plays, creating, making throw. Like, this dude's going to be unbelievable.
Yep.
Johnny Manziel could never get from playmaker to facilitator. And quite honestly, when you and I, I would have thought you loved that put the ball in play for a number of reasons, because it's a baseball analogy. And what is the bane of my existence the last few years with the Mariners? Strikeouts, strikeouts, strikeouts. What do you and I yell about? Strikeouts, 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 strikeouts. Because I'm like, put the ball in play. Put some pressure on your opponent. What is the bane of play callers' existence in the NFL? What is statistically shown is death to any drive. You get 9 or 10 drives a game. What is death to a drive? A sack. Those numbers are clear as day. Warren Sharp had them over the last couple of years. Take a sack, you kill a drive, you get 10 drives. That's not putting the ball in play. You're taking sacks. You're taking shots. You're throwing this deep post or this, high, incompletion percentage throw. Low, it gives you no chance, no chance. And it sails out of bounds. So that's dead. You're not facilitating. You're not managing. You're not doing what the great ones, Brady, Manning, Breeze, Josh Allen, Lamar, facilitate, manage, get the ball out of your hands.
Yeah, the whole point guard idea, right? Of being a point guard, and maybe even more specifically, that use of the phrase game manager. I happen to agree with Jordan that I don't think that word should be an insult.
It should be game facilitator. If it was game facilitator, it wouldn't be looked upon negatively.
Maybe that's it. And the fact that people have chosen to turn it into a negative term, I always thought was on them, because they're trying to talk about what the player doesn't do well.
Yep.
And I think that is such a crucial skill that...
How can Brock Purdy, honest to goodness, at 6 foot, 200 pounds, tiny short arms, tiny hands, can't throw it 60... How can he do it? Because what does he do? The ball's in play all the time. Ball in play, ball in play, ball in play. Maybe it's in his arms, too, while he's running for a first down, right? Doesn't just always mean throwing it. It means moving. Get the ball moving. Get the ball moving. Get the ball moving. Put the ball in play. Keep the ball moving. When we're watching these guys compete through training camp, when you're watching Jalen compete, is that ball moving? What drove Alabama fans nuts, and I think Kalen nuts, was the sacks, right? Taking sacks, 5 sacks in the Rose Bowl just kills you. The holding the ball at the Senior Bowl, holding it, not getting it out, not reading, not processing. So I think that's a great little term, magnet and ball in play, that we will keep a close eye on throughout this process.
For sure. All right, we're going to do some Answer the Question Jerk at the end of today's show, 9:45. So if you have questions, you can text them. You can start now if you want to 866-979-3776. We got some more baseball to talk, and we'll be right back here with everything you need to know next.
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively, and I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Well, on this Tuesday morning, maybe you're a little frustrated with just your finances, just where everything is going. What can I control? What's not in my control? And I know insurance through the years has been a stressful, confusing thing to many of you out there. It certainly was to Molly and I. And as we watched our premiums rise, and as our family grew, what do we have covered? Where's our liability? How much am I paying? Why are my rates going up? Just don't even want to deal with it. Well, that is where you got to do what Molly and I and so many of my family and friends done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. I'm really glad we did for a couple reasons. Number one, they're your teammate that's right alongside you, and they know what you're doing. Kind of like I was talking about those quarterbacks. Walk into a huddle, and they infuse confidence. It's the same thing with First Mark Insurance. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market, dozens of major carriers they've worked with for years to find you and your situation the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 3 decades helping thousands. So don't wait. Take the First Mark Challenge. Did I mention it's totally free? And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there for you on this Tuesday morning. Firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software, upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey Cougs, Michael Bumpus here, inviting all WSU alumni and friends to the Cougs First Show and Career Expo, Friday, May 9th at the Maidenbauer Center in Bellevue. For education, networking, jobs, and Cougs swag. It's free to attend and all are welcome. Register at cougsfirst.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
DayandNight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
DayandNight.net.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Been an interesting debate over the course of the morning trying to figure out two things about last night. One, what's going on with Bryce Miller? And then two, why some of the decision making in the 11th inning. Let's start there. As the Mariners ended up tie game, 11th inning, A's bunt the runner over to third, and Dan made what I think was an interesting decision. You could hear Aaron a little frustrated on the broadcast, or certainly questioning the decision to not just walk Langoliers, but also then to walk Bleday and set up the bases loaded to pitch to Jacob Wilson, who is a contact machine. I think I could understand some of that, but then leaving the runner, the middle infielders up rather than a double play depth A little confusing to me. Dan explained it this way afterwards.
I mean, Wilson pushed the ball on the ground, and we're hoping we get it on the ground, but we weren't. I mean, he put it on the ground, but able to get it through, that's on me, and that's a tough way to lose.
Lyle, do you think that gets through if they're double play depth?
I'd have to go back and rewatch.
I know,
the
I do too.
highlight.
I don't really know. I'm not sure, but
or can you even turn to?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. So was this bad process or bad result?
Lyle thinks process. I'm going to guess. If I know Lyle well, he doesn't have to speak it. I'll say it for him. I'll speak for him.
I don't know if it's bad process.
Aaron,
I know it's not.
I think Aaron right there hinted at kind of bad process.
Yeah, it's certainly not my process. I would have gone a different way. I don't like to load the bases in general. I think you're putting too much pressure, especially on a pitcher who's not a leverage reliever.
Lyle, I'm sorry. I shouldn't speak for you. Go ahead. Bad process, bad result.
Yeah, it was just a little
squishy.
It's a little odd to let Blade just have first base when he struggled so much against right-handed pitching compared to the lefties. That's all.
Yeah, I think in that situation, you look a little further down the lineup card, and that Wilson guy's already got a couple hits, and his at-bats are just every single time maddening, and he does put the ball in play. That I don't know if that's the guy that I would want to put the bases loaded and just one out.
Yeah, maybe they had some matchup information on what Legumina would look like against each of those guys. Yeah. Maybe, as we've suggested, they didn't trust Jorge Polanco to be able to turn two because he was in at second base. That could have played a role in it. You could argue that maybe he shouldn't have been in. I mean, you decided to pinch hit with Garver. You didn't necessarily have to do that. So, look, it was complicated also by Randy not being able to go in. Maybe he thought he'd be able to go in and then couldn't. We don't know all the information, and it's all relevant, and Dan knows it. We don't. But it was, I think, in a vacuum, probably not the direction I would want them to go.
Yeah, it's just thinking more through it. If you get Blade out there, there's 2 outs, and then the infield's back for Wilson. So if he hits a ground ball, then inning over.
That's sort of the idea, right?
And that's where I'm kind of scratching my head.
Like maybe you're able to get Blade to ground into a double play or a pop up or a strikeout, and then you can either choose to pitch to, or pitch around Wilson and get to the next guy in the lineup. But this doesn't allow you to even give Blade an intentional walk, where you don't throw him any strikes and maybe he gets himself out. Yeah, it was odd. Tonight, Emerson Hancock against the lefty Jeffrey Springs.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Phase 2, Brock, of the offseason program started for the Seahawks. So that's mostly lifting, right? This guy's working out and lifting?
No, phase 1 is all the lifting and running. Phase 2, you can throw, offense can be on one side of the field, defense on the other. Right. And then phase 3 gets the competitive stuff.
Okay, so phase 2 is sort of that in between. Yep. And it looked like they had a lot of people out there. I am curious about the defense, and we've talked so much about the offense, partly because offense is easy to talk about, and also because they're making such fundamental changes to the offense. But the defense is the one that's got to be dominant. They've got to be the lead dog in this program. And we asked Brian Baldinger recently, hey, can they be elite?
I feel like they can, just because I feel like it takes a half a year to really understand what Mike McDonald wants to do. It took him a half a year in Baltimore before they became the best defense in football. His last year there. Same thing at Michigan. It takes a while. It's a lot of concepts, matchup zones, some of the things they do. Other teams do it. I don't know that they do it quite like Mike does. And so, they've got tremendous length right now in the secondary. They've got great speed, athleticism. I think you're going to see there's another step to take. I think the talent level has improved. And then just understanding the concepts of what they do, I think it's going to kick in this year.
I think I can say definitively, and I don't think this is my eyes lying, I think numbers would back this up, Michael, that every elite defense that you can think of all stop the run. You can't be an elite defense and be a sieve against the run. It just doesn't happen. Yeah, you can get some sacks, you can get some takeaways, but you're not going to be an elite defense. And that's where it's going to start. And that's where it really turned last year. Remember the first half of the season, and they just could not get the right gaps, couldn't get the fits, they couldn't communicate, they couldn't do any of these things. And then settled down in that second half of the year, and really nobody ran consistently against them at all. Throw in DeMarcus Lawrence to that, another time, year of time on task together. Continuity, that group should be really salty to run against and set you up for success.
here's the third thing you need to know.
By the way, just from the NFL standpoint, the Ravens releasing Justin Tucker yesterday, making no mention of the league investigating, the 16 female massage therapists accusing him of acting improperly. They called it a football decision. I'm sure the lawyers were involved, but Moore makes a really good point. Why release much of any? Why compliment? Why talk about his great history? Why not just say nothing?
Right.
Didn't make a lot of sense.
I agree.
That was not impressive.
They drafted a kicker. They knew what they were doing.
They did, but then why? I don't know. It just seems like odd PR.
When does the schedule come out, by the way? Schedule coming out soon?
Just asked that question. I asked Maura and Lyle that like 2 hours ago. May 14th, is that what you said? May 14th, so a week from tomorrow?
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that.
It's an important day in the life of a sports radio host. It really is. I'm not a big, analyze the schedule guy. I've never been. But it's a big, all right, what does the next few months of my life look like? When can I take time off?
Lyle and Maura, would it surprise you that one of the great fights that Salk and the late great Professor would get in
all the time
would be every year at the schedule release? Oh, gosh.
John loved the schedule.
I think I had to put my headphones down and leave the room on a few occasions.
John was really into the schedule. He's like, well, this team's going to be good here, and this one's going to list that team. And of course, this team's going to be really good, and this is going to be really hard. And I would always be like, how do you know? Just because they were good last year? Every year, 6 new teams are in the playoffs. What do you mean this is going to go that way? And John's like, now, of course, you got this, and then you change the schedule. They can play at Team X, and Team X obviously beat Team Y by 24 last year.
So good.
That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, that was a funny one.
Generalizations. Like if you have to play the NFC North, that's not as great as if you have
or you got to play franchise QBs. That's always what Kyle Hurd's MO is.
And I think I would be okay with some. John went a little farther than that, though, which was where he kind of would lose me.
He got to plug it into his spreadsheets.
He did, yes, his Excel spreadsheet. All right, we need questions, guys. 866-979-3776. We haven't done Answer the Question Jerk in a few weeks. Sorry. Right. We were busy, the draft and other stuff. So 866-979-3776. Any question on any subject, text it in, and we will answer them coming up in 20 minutes at 9:45. 866-979-3776. That's coming up after a little Mariner talk on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Nicky Manwari's been compared to Cam Chancellor, but have you heard another one that you think may be a better fit?
He's a mix between Cam Chancellor and a Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton is a bit better when it comes to covering, and Cam Chancellor is just that pit bull roaming the block, ready to bite anybody who goes across the middle of the field. He has a little bit of both in him.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. I love talking about Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, mostly just because the plan is so successful. It really does work, and it's not that hard to do. I felt like I looked my very best for my reunion after dropping, 18 pounds, which is about what I needed to do in order to look my best, and it was pretty easy with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's a real program where you're eating real food that you buy at the grocery store. It all tastes good. You're not eating fake junk or pills, injections, anything like that. Just real food. And then they're great recipes, so everything tastes good, and you don't find yourself super hungry while you're losing all that weight. Worked for me. Worked for Ryan Roland Smith. He's lost 30-plus pounds, and I know it's worked for thousands of others here in our area. It just all starts with a 15-minute phone call. You can schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com, and you'll see if it's right for you. Go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer premium windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and come with clean glass technology. And Leak Armor Installation gives you a lifetime warranty to protect your home. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Lake Washington Windows and Doors makes it easy to enjoy new windows with clean glass technology now and defer paying for them until 2026 with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 12 months. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Obviously frustrating to lose a game last night in the 12th inning. It happens, though, over the course of a baseball season. So, it's fine, right?
I mean, we've not had much of, though, back-to-back losses.
No, you haven't, especially during this
17-7 stretch.
Yeah, they've not really had much of that. So a couple of back-to-back losses, and yeah, that's not ideal. But you've seen them also lose the first game of the series and then bounce right back. And, one nice thing about last night, we were maybe a little more critical on some of the decisions in the 11th, but kind of preserved a lot of your leverage arms, right? I mean, Munoz ended up pitching, but you didn't throw Brash, you didn't throw Spire versus the A's, who threw Mason Miller, I forget the name of the other guy they really like, who pitched after him. Like, you probably didn't put as many resources and assets into that game as they did, which is a nice thing heading into tonight where, you're probably going to need a little help potentially with Emerson Hancock on the mound. It was an interesting conversation with Jeff Passan about, before we even get to that, because I want to talk about Bryce Miller in a minute. Before we get there, as annoying as the loss was, You still felt pretty good about the offense last night, didn't you? Just kind of the way they continued to kind of keep coming at the A's.
They just don't give away as many at bats.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that is schematic. I don't know if that's confidence. I don't know if that's messaging. We don't know. It may be none of those. Like you don't know.
It might just be a good month. We don't know.
Game to game, month to month, year to year. It's always hard to just so stamp that and define that. But there's no question, as you listen to Goldie and Angie and Dave Valley and the Hyphen, like through all of them who've got eyes on it, and especially Goldie, who's in that seat every day, like they're just not giving away. These at-bats are pretty tough at-bats. Williamson is a pretty tough at-bat. Rivas, even when they don't hit or produce, it's still just not like just a gimme. And there were so many gimmies over the last few years. And kind of like the last couple years teams, I will give them credit, Salk. Every time that they're down, they just fight and scratch and claw back. And, you're down 2-0, 2-1, take a lead. Tied up, down, and down a run. Up, that's fine. Find a way to scrap one together. Just kind of keep digging. And I know that fighting mentality is a big part of what
I'll tell you what was pretty impressive yesterday, and it didn't end up leading to anything because I believe he ended up striking out to end the at-bat on a slider. Cal's ability to foul off 102 above the zone was unfreaking believable.
Yes.
That was unbelievable. Yes. I was in bed. I was watching the game on my phone. It is the great thing about Fubo still is that I just, because I don't want to, I was so tired. I really just wanted the game to end, I will admit. But I was watching the game. I'm on my phone, and I was blown away that he could do that.
Yep.
Those pitches you're not supposed to be able to get to that. Not out of the zone that high. One of them was even outside out of the zone.
In fact, Severino got him like on a 98.
Right.
Now, maybe there was a little more movement. Who knows?
Severino's got a lot of movement.
But 101, 102 and getting your bat and fouling off those pitches.
And maybe he was starting really fast, right? Starting quick, which is why he ended up kind of going down on the slider.
Yeah.
But that really blew me away. His ability to get to some of those pitches from one of the best pitchers in the game, throwing 101, 102 pretty regularly. I thought that was pretty darn impressive. Also, Cal just deciding he was going to use his speed. Like, okay, that's not a pitch he probably should have run on. But it was Soderstrom, right, who was in left. Like, just kind of casualed it. You can't do that. This is all leading, Brock. I'm not ready to say it. This is all leading me to something that I'm going to say in another couple days. I'm not there yet.
You're not there yet.
I need to get some ducks in a row. I need to think about how I want to say it. I was telling Lyle earlier this could be a sea change kind of thought. Lyle didn't know what that meant. I changed it and said, okay, maybe like a paradigm shift. He still didn't really know what that meant. So it took me a little while. It's going to take me a little longer to formulate it because it's not just a casual thought that you throw out there. It involves a lot and a lot of thought here over the course of the last few weeks. But the watching Soderstrom just not be ready, not in good fundamental position to deal with that. That was a bad play by him. It was great, and Cal surprised him, and he probably didn't think Cal was going to run. But, hey, dude, if I'm Mark Kotze, I'm furious at that play. They should have won that game an inning earlier. Like, I'm furious. Like, are you kidding me? You casual take that ball off to the side and then short step it in? There's a man on third in extra innings, dude. Get under the ball, get behind it. You had plenty of time, and take a good, strong crow hop and gun it in. What are you doing? I would be furious if I was the man. That's the type of stuff that would drive me insane. Would drive me totally insane. And they are a young team, right? And that's part of it. And I'm sure Kotze can't get mad at everything, but that would drive me nuts.
Sense of urgency.
Yeah. This is the, hey man, this is the gig. You got to be ready to throw. What? Lyle's laughing. What are you laughing at?
Oh, I'm just laughing because Tyler Soderstrom's a really good hitter and he's young, but he is not known for his defense.
I'm sure he's not.
Yeah, and he's not even really a left fielder. He's a catcher and a first baseman.
And I don't need him to be a great defensive player. Like, I understand. And by the way, what do I care? He doesn't even play here.
And that's probably why he was a green light to run on.
That's probably true. That's probably why Cal decided, because he's a smart, heady player. And Negron and the rest of that coaching staff does a really good job with thinking through a lot of that stuff. I'm sure that all makes sense. I don't care if you're a good outfielder or not. You got to put in the effort in that moment to do it fundamentally right. he didn't miss that play because he's not a good fielder. He missed that play because he didn't set himself up properly, which any baseball player who's at that level can do. He's perfectly capable of handling that play differently. That wasn't a physical mistake. It was a mental one.
I just more so wonder if he just doesn't really know how to play left field and like the intricacies of it. Like, does he know to get behind the ball and get under the ball?
Yeah, he's a Major League Baseball player.
All right.
He does know that.
Okay.
And you spent the last 2.5 months at spring training and the first part of the season.
And if he doesn't know that, then that's a major, major problem and actually would dig, even more deeply into the conversation I hope to have a little bit later this week. But
boy, that's a good
I know I'm not ready yet, Brock. I'm not ready. There's a lot. I've got to get myself into a better headspace so that I can organize my thoughts on this because it's somewhat complex.
Do you think you'd still blow something on a BAC?
I don't think so. No, that would be impossible. Okay. I've never felt this way 3 days later. That can't be real. It's got to be something different. Okay. Well, and maybe it's no transition here to Bryce Miller. That's not fair to Bryce.
No, it's not.
You think he's okay?
I think this is honestly, this feels like one of the first little crisis of confidence, because it is not that the game has just been easy, not that the first year, Salk, he didn't get exposed for not being, and having pitches to get lefties out. But even then it was like, okay, all right, so this is a little flaw in my game and I'm going to go to work on it. But I don't have any crisis of confidence. Like I'm going to get back to, developing a pitch and get lefties out. And then it was just incredible last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the numbers were impeccable. And I think this is maybe the first little, professionally, because remember, he breezed through the minors as well.
He doesn't look the same. To me, it's not like the league has figured something out. Mm-hmm. He's not looking the same. And I think you hear it from him after last night.
Like I said last week, frustrating start to the season. Today was the first day I didn't have any walks. Which is surprising given how the game went. But it took me 2 innings to get feel of the off speed. I think the fastball was fine, throughout the game, but the first 2 innings I had no feel of the off speed, and just took too long to adjust. I mean, the third and the fourth inning, I think overall the pitches were better, but still, once again, had a lot of long at bats and threw too many pitches, didn't get deep enough into the game.
And if this was a one-timer, I'm not going to say a crisis of confidence,
exactly.
A 2-timer, a 3-time. But now we're kind of like, it's been this start now. It's been 2 months, where it just has not been, he had a great outing in between there and everything else. But yeah, I think you just start thinking a little bit. And it's the worst place you can be. Whether Salk's on a golf tee thinking about, I can't hit a wood here. Whether, I'm sitting under center thinking about what could go wrong here. You just can't think. You got to just react. And I think that is where he has been. And this whole staff has been so good.
It's funny. I hear that.
And I hate to go there because it's
I honestly don't think
it's
that's
so...
what it is. And I could be very wrong. I mean, again, we're all guessing here. Brock, you understand the mind of an athlete so well that
Well, it's the other cut. Play the other cut because it's the other cut.
He did talk about it there.
He mentions his mind. He mentions, there's 2 or 3 times where he mentions it himself.
Yeah, here he is.
So I'm not playing this.
It's tough because this game is extremely mental. And, it's like even before today, 2 of my last 3 starts, I didn't give up any runs, but I still haven't felt like myself. And I think there's also, you have to have the battle within yourself to not press too hard and just to trust your stuff. And I think as the game went on, I did that, but it's a tough game. And at the end of the day, I got to just go out and execute and trust that I prepared. And, it's can't get too mental. It's difficult to do, but at the end of the day, you just got to go execute and not think too much.
Brock, I'm not going to argue with you.
Well,
obviously,
there's 5 times he's talking
he says
about.
it quite a bit. But what I hear there is slightly different.
Okay.
What I hear is more you can't react mentally to the problems that he's having with the command and the feel, which are much more body. That's what I'm hearing. The body's not doing what I normally expect it to do. I don't have my normal command. Last week, it was the fastball and the velocity. This week, it was the breaking stuff, and I didn't know where it was going to go. There was a physical difference from what he's used to.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you try to deal with that mentally? I'm guessing. I don't know. It may be entirely mental, might be entirely physical. It might be hurt. We don't know. I mean, like, we're trying to kind of guess here and figure it out based on what he's saying and what we're seeing. I see a lack of command rather than a guy making too many mistakes. And when I think of the mental game, I tend to think of the mistakes. But maybe he's got to just sort of free his mind in order to just go out there and throw. And that's where the command comes from. So, maybe we just go around in circles here.
We probably do. And then when you listen to Jordan Palmer talk about throwing a football, which is nowhere near as complicated as throwing a baseball, right? With a mound, all the forces at play. When you hear Jordan talk about the sequencing, when you hear him talk about the force off the ground and the different triggers to that. And we know that Bryce loves to tinker, man. He loves to gain pitches. He loves to shape, his pitches. He loves that aspect and component of it. And so I'm sure you could spin yourself crazy going through that. Like, okay, how is my sequencing? How is my plan? How is my plan? Like all of this stuff that you got to be, you know.
So the other question then is he throwing too many pitches, right? And 206 weighs in. He's throwing 7 different pitches. I think there's some logic to the old school guys who are hesitant to even add a fifth. He can't get a feel for his meat and potatoes pitches. That might be true.
Yeah.
On the other hand, he might have enough pitches that when he doesn't have a feel for 1 or 2, he can go to numbers 3 and 4.
It's the beauty of this game.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer to that.
I can't buy that with Bryce. His splitter was his best pitch last year, and he added that last winter.
Right.
So.
Yeah, the one that he was really struggling with yesterday was that curve. Is it a knuckle curve or whatever it is he's throwing? He had no idea where that was going.
Bottom
yesterday.
line, facts, not eyes, not brain, not anything. Facts, 12 of 20 first pitch strikes. That ain't going to do it.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt. No
So,
doubt. Hey,
for
I
him
kind of
and
just
Westbrook.
real quick, totally, you and I mentioned it quickly earlier, but I kind of like watching the game in Sacramento. I kind of liked it. It was a lot better than watching in Oakland the last 5 or 7 years, right? I mean, like the crowd was at least invested and into it, and it wasn't empty. There was real grass, and I thought visually on TV, it looked great. I loved all the shots of Sacramento kind of looking out in the dark. I thought it was kind of cool.
I bet you as a player, too, kind of like when they do these games both at the Little League fields and in Williamsport and everything else, when a football player going to play back in Canton, Ohio, like it does bring you back. I bet you as a visitor, it's pretty cool. I bet it brings some of those guys back to their minor league days, not necessarily just in that park, but that journey that they went on, right? Through single A and double A and triple A and these different parks and the growth and the development of them. I bet as a visitor, it's a cool 3-day experience. I don't know if you'd want to play 81 games.
And by the way, the A's have been awful there. They've been much better on the road than they've been at home so far. And you can see some of the quirks. I mean, obviously the wind is a big problem, and then
the hard, bouncy ground.
Man, I mean, the ball took off over their heads. I thought Williamson made a couple of really nice plays at third base. I think Wilson made an unbelievable play at shortstop on the ball up the middle. But I don't know. I'm kind of excited to watch 2 more games there. Like I think it's been kind of a fun deal.
For them to leave and get back to a big league
park. A big league park. Yeah, all right. I don't need to see every game in a AAA park, but it's cool seeing the berm out there and all that.
Like the difference between a class reunion at Pomona versus like a UW. Right.
Yeah, the nice thing about the one at Pomona, everybody knows each other because there's only a few people there. Let's answer some questions.
Very intimate.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
All right, I sent you a bunch of pictures from the reunion. Nerds or not nerds?
Yeah, I'm going to say not nerds.
Okay.
Yeah, not nerds. I think to your point, probably the nerds were busy, programming and doing their other stuff. They probably didn't want to go to a reunion, didn't even know about the reunion, didn't have the social acumen to know about that.
Right.
That's okay. That's all right. The pictures you sent.
And they're everywhere. I mean, that group of people.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think honestly, not that many nerds.
I am a little jelly, by the way. I would have much more, just my own makeup and DNA, I would have much, much, much more enjoyed a smaller college.
You would have loved, honestly, I say this without any exaggeration, knowing you as long as the liberal part of the liberal arts thing might have been a challenge for you. But that aside,
yes,
I think you would have loved it. The coolest thing, honestly, jokes aside about like a liberal arts school like this, is that people are pretty multifaceted,
Mhm.
which is why it's sort of hard to categorize them as nerds or not nerds. You get a lot of people that were really into a lot of different things because that's
Yep.
sort of the idea of a
And
liberal
then with
arts
class
education.
sizes that you have, and
You just get to know everyone.
You have connective tissue that
Yeah.
you
would have loved it.
At a school.
You would have loved it. Everyone lives on campus for 4 years.
Yeah,
you
I
walk
would've
around, you
loved that.
know everybody.
Yep, I would have loved that.
That's a pretty good deal. All right, you want to hear what the people are asking? I don't understand this question. Jerks, where do you draw the line on Happy Mother's Day wishes in your family? Is that something you need to draw a line on? Hey, no more Mother's Day wishes. What does that mean?
I mean, do you need to spend the days leading up to it? Oh, happy Mother's Day to come. Oh, happy Mother's Day.
What? Nobody does that. You do it on Mother's Day.
Right.
Take them out for brunch. You give presents like your wife, your mom.
So now are you at an age, I think where there's some nuance to this, is are you kind of getting to an age where it's like, hey, Cecily and Avery? Like
Figure
Heather's
it
not-
out?
Heather's not my mom. That's your mom. So you're going to be in charge of this.
No.
Versus you taking care of Jeannie.
My dad still handles my mom's stuff, so I'm willing to handle the stuff for Heather.
Come on, Michael, step up.
Jerks, if you have multiple bathrooms in your house, should it be mandatory to have a plunger, cleaning supplies, etc. in each one to avoid any embarrassment for your guests if things go haywire? Forget your guests, just for everyone in your family. Yeah, you should have a plunger in every bathroom. How hard is it? I mean, that's an easy thing you can do to make sure your house is fully
I think
equipped.
Russell had 17 plungers in his 17 bathrooms in his Denver home.
Might have.
Well, I never had any guests though, because they only had 4 bedrooms.
I don't know. You definitely want the plunger in the bathroom, though, not in the bedroom.
Have you ever had a problem?
In someone else's home?
In someone else's
No.
home? Lyle, Mora, have you ever had a problem in someone else's home?
Rare to use a bathroom in someone else's home.
Really?
Yeah.
Lyle?
No.
Don't ask Maura, please. Just keep going.
Move it along.
Jerks, talking about schedules. Have you noticed that the Mariners end their season in LA playing the Dodgers? What's up with that? And do you think that series will be a must-win for either team?
Ooh, interesting.
What's up with that?
Seriously, Lyle?
Well, it's at home, but
whatever.
I saw that when it came out last year, and I was like, of all teams, they got to end with those guys. Although, spin zone, the Dodgers may be so far ahead of it by that point, they're just going to rest everybody. No Shohei, no Mookie, nobody.
Right.
Yeah.
I like the what's up with that as if it was done on purpose to punish. Like, I don't know, it's the randomness of the schedule.
What was up with that was Big Chris O'Lyman, going to the bathroom at our Bible study.
Oh.
So plugging it, no plunger, and he had to climb out the bathroom window to go to the store and get a plunger.
Gross.
And we all worried about Chris. Did he die in there?
It's really disgusting.
Do we have to have a...
Is that Chris Gray?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. So, yeah. You've told the story like 100 times before. I think I knew before you told it was Chris Gray.
Don't call him Mongo.
No, I would never do that.
That was messed up.
No.
Okay, next. Move it along.
Jerks, when did the Seahawks get to wear the new alternate jersey, and when will we see what those look like? Yeah, so Nike's doing essentially City Connect for the NFL. They're calling them, what, rivalry jerseys? Rivalry uniforms? I don't know when we'll get to see it. I would imagine in a Niners game, but I'm psyched for that.
Yep. Milroe is pulling the old Geno Smith, by the way. Did you notice that? Mora noticed that out at rookie minicamp. He's wearing the throwback like Geno.
Oh, nice. I like that.
And so maybe it's a QB thing, actually.
Maybe.
I thought last year McDonald said that was a Baltimore thing that he brought over.
All the quarterbacks do it.
Yeah.
Right, rather than a red non-contact, you wear the third.
Like that.
It is pretty cool. We've, I think, answered this before, but happy to answer it again. As a fellow girl dad, when they get to dating age, do you do the dad overprotective tough guy thing to scare the boyfriends, or so that the kid treats your daughter better? I think Brock, you've gone through this obviously much more so than me.
Sure. You got to feel the situation out. You got to know what kind of knucklehead you're dealing with on the other end of it. You got to read the defense, all right? And it's not just one standard call you got to make.
Mm-hmm.
So there may be some that you got to show a little bit of that influence, and there's others that you certainly are going to have to talk to and dig in a little deeper with them. So I'd be careful just playing one card.
Yeah, I think that's right. But my instinct, my default would be to not do that. My default is like, that's a backfire.
Yep.
That just ends up backfiring.
It's that old line of rules without relationship lead to rebellion. So if you think you got this rule, a tough guy, and you're going to just scare him and all of that,
Terrible,
and it leads to no relationship.
Yeah, it's not a good plan.
Not good.
I'd rather have a good enough relationship with my daughters that they'll tell me what's going on, and then we can deal with stuff together.
That's exactly right. You're coming into those years soon.
Yeah, I'm into it. I love it. I'm psyched about that. It'll be fun. Jureks, why does Thornton pitch in leverage situations? Well, I think he's not as much anymore. They didn't really, he was obviously not pitching the leverage guys last night.
What do you think of Vargas? Kind of growing on you a little bit?
So, I was thinking about him last night. Yes, obviously he's grown on me because he's pitched well as opposed to not well. He's got a little flair, huh?
Gosh, he's got some stuff.
He's got a little he's got a little extra oomph at the end of pitches and
Do you do what I do a little bit though? Do you read Cal as much as the pitcher?
No.
Because Cal will give you some tells. He was not feeling Bryce last night. He was not liking the mental side of it, and that home run he gave, like you could just read almost Cal's body language, like come on, pal. And with Vargas, he is a piece of work. That ball is just. That thing moves.
Yeah, he's got a lot of movement.
Yeah, that would not be fun to catch.
Doesn't seem like a fun at bat.
Nor catch.
Yeah. All right, last one here, I think. Jureks at this point in Lyle's career.
Yes.
Compare him to Boy Howdy at this point in his career. What similarities are there? What differences?
How
Do
many
you
months
give
in are we,
Lyle
Lyle?
more grief than you did with James?
How many months in are we, Lyle?
9.
All right, so first of all, we've not get one's a millennial, one's a Gen Z. Huge difference right there. Yeah. We have not given Lyle anywhere close to as much grief as I gave Howdy.
Not even close.
It's not even in the same stratosphere.
No.
Howdy was a full-on whipping boy.
Lyle is kid gloves.
Yeah, we don't. Now it's a different world. I don't want Lyle to sue us.
You don't dare say the things to Lyle you said to Boy Howdy.
No,
James.
I said awful things to Boy Howdy.
He was also so cocksure of himself.
He was.
From the moment he walked through those doors.
Yeah.
Just a
Howdy wouldn't have waited 7 months to argue with you on the text thread.
No.
He'd have been right there off the bat.
Oh, 7 minutes in. Yeah, different humans.
Different humans.
Very different.
Very different. All right. That's going to do it for us today, I think. Does that feel good, Lyle, knowing that we were much meaner to Howdy?
A little bit.
No, good. See? We're here to make you feel good.
Dude, tomorrow, we might have the biggest hour of power that we've ever had. DJ and Colin Cowherd in
together,
the same
yeah.
hour.
Pretty
Not
good.
together, same hour.
Yeah. Pretty good. That'll be at 8 and 8:30.
Will you hydrate today, please?
Dude, I've been trying. I was drinking Gatorade yesterday. I did the whole deal.
Yeah, you need some.
Liquid IV.
Yeah, you need to.
I might be sick.
No, you're not.
I might be.
Suck it up.
You don't know that. I might be sick. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively. And I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer.
DayandNight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and save.
DayandNight.net.
Save up to $6,000 on qualifying cooling equipment, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night.
DayandNight.net.
Lake Washington Windows and Doors makes it easy to enjoy new windows with clean glass technology now. and defer paying for them until 2026 with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners fell to the A's in extras last night for that series opener. Andres Munoz got out of a bases inning jam in the 10th, bottom of the 11th, though. A hot Jacob Wilson hitting .341 this season with 20 RBI, knocked in a runner to walk it off. That's his second walk-off win this season. Mariners skipper Dan Wilson took the blame for the decision to pitch to Wilson after intentionally walking two batters to load the bases. In last night's NBA playoff slate, the Knicks took Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals over the Celtics.